action-packed.
Countrywide.
Sports for all.
Got a good run round that bend, definite article on the inside of Party Tunes. They come to the third last then, and it's 3 out over, definite article on the inside of Party Tunes. In behind them, the Rose Stone, and Annalise Marinier now trying to improve in fourth as they race down to the second last end, and definite article has hit the front. The even money favourite, Under Collar Hooligan, Party Tunes and Darren Edwards trying hard on the outside to get back on terms. So they run down now to the final fence then in this first race of the afternoon, and definite article with a 2-length advantage, but Party Tunes hasn't given up yet, but definite article pulls out a bit more and goes clear, about 5 lengths clear. Good race for second, Party Tunes, Annalise Marinier, then the Rose Stone, Talk of the South is next, Pancrase and the Cottage Rose, Kilcrea Bridge, Syracuse's Dream, and the Dapper Fox will be the final one to finish. Oscar's Lantern pulled up. In this we see Twig and Bo Morgan. So this is 3 from home then. 3 out over they come. Russian Invasion. Still clear from a Classic Gold. Twig now trying hard on the outside to dispute second. And You'll Done Regards back in fourth. And the Kitchen Mechanic in behind this. 2 out comes up then for Russian Invasion. Joined now on the outside by Twig. They've gone clear of a Classic Gold. So up front now Twig just getting the better of the argument as they come down to the final fence. Twig by about a length now as they run down to the line, and on the inside they run, and it's Twig's going to go clear, 5 lengths clear from Russian Invasion. Then comes a Classic Gold. This is the third last coming up then for Honest Deed. He's out over safely and being challenged now by Eric III. Eric III still got about 2 or 3 lengths to make up on the leader as they race down to the second last then. Honest Deed out over safely under Darren Edwards. Darren looking for his first winner of the weekend, and he's clear. Eric III back in about 3 or 4 lengths in arrears. So this is the final fence then for Honest Deed. He's out over safely. Eric III, though, has not given up, and on the run to the line, Honest Deed, can he hold on from the closing? Eric III, Honest Deed, all out. Eric III back in second. Master Dancer is 3. Farmer, the only dangers are in front. That was 2 out over safely. Static Jack just coming to it now and is over safely as well as Gentleman Farmer then comes down towards the final fence, clear by around about 25 lengths. Got that all wrong, but has stayed on his feet and is now going to be pushed out to the line for Conor Houlihan to score a double today. Static Jack and Always on the Run are going to have a little bit of a tussle for second, and Always on the Run just finishing a little bit stronger, although Static Jack has picked up the bridle once more. Good luck to the judge with that, and Ballyhound and Cloudy Music finish in 4 and 5. To the top of the home straight, Honest Opinion on the inside with Darren Edwards. In behind this Riding Shotgun and Natalie Parker. They sail out over that and around about 2 lengths between these two. Another 3 lengths back to Riding Shotgun, who's produced wide on the outside under Natalie Parker, and Jasmine Desbordes is improving back in fourth. So this is 2 out then, and out over they come. On the outside, Elusive Intentions. On the inside, Honest Opinion. Elusive Intentions now just wandering along around a bit before the last fence now, comes to it 2 lengths clear. Honest Opinion now settles down to try and get on terms as they race inside the final half furlong. Elusive Intentions gonna hold on, I think, 2 or 3 lengths clear of Honest Opinion. In behind this Riding Shotgun. Good race then for 4 from Bond Calvados with the advantage. Around about 5 lengths clear now as he comes to 3 out. And he comes to it now, 3 out, and Bon Calvados safely over that. Rock the Boat and Midnight Jitterbug are still trying to chase him down, but he's maintains around about 5 or 6 lengths and doesn't look to be the most straightforward when approaching a fence, and again was a little bit sketchy over that. Rock the Boat also made a big error there. Midnight Jitterbug continues back in third, so Bon Calvados comes down to the last, and he comes to it now, and he jumped that probably as good as he's jumped it all afternoon, and races down to the line then. So Bon Calvados, not without a moment or two, has taken the last. This is the reduced Maiden, and from Rock the Boat, Midnight Jitterbug will finish in.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Bratton Down. Bratton Down 3. We've had the first 2 fixtures and we're here high up in Exmoor for the third Bratton Down fixture, the Tiverton Staghound fixture. And then that's it for point-to-point racing in Devon and Cornwall for the season 2021. And, well, we'll reflect more on this as the afternoon goes on. But all things considered, pandemic-wise, the organisers of the Devon and Cornwall area have done remarkably well to get the number of fixtures that they have had since the resumption, plus a couple before Christmas. So very much a truncated season, but nowhere near as truncated as perhaps some people were predicting. Beautiful day, to be honest. People always say to me, oh, you're going to Bratton Down, that's an extra coat racecourse. But it ain't an extra coat racecourse today. A lovely afternoon here. Little bit of a breeze, quite a large darkish cloud there. But over there, which is good for holiday makers on the North Devon coast, skies look very blue, and we're hoping they're going to gradually make their way across towards us as the afternoon goes on. The going is described as being good to firm. There are parts of the racecourse which are certainly a little bit softer than that, and areas that officials had to look at carefully. But all in all, they're satisfied with the going description of good to firm for this fixture. There were 110 entries, and we've got an excellent card. We're anticipating, we're not absolutely certain how many races are going to take place yet. We don't know whether anything will be divided, but we'll obviously bring you news of that as the afternoon progresses. The first race is the COVID Hunts race for members, subscribers and farmers, sponsored by Winston Pincombe Land Rovers. Very grateful to them and to all our supporters here at Bratton Down this afternoon. No horses in the paddock as of yet, but we will have some shortly. And in fact, I think the first thing to try and sort out for you is what is running in the first race. And our technical team loves a graphic, and as if by magic, one comes up on your screen. So these are the runners for the first race this afternoon, post time of 2 o'clock. Few changes, but not too many. So those are the numbers down the side there. but alternative with Otis Morgan, trying to cap a memorable season for him and his family. Alternative to Broughton's Rhythm here as well. I've got a feeling Broughton's Rhythm's going to run well. Fionn Summers riding that one. 3 Dr. Rhythm, ridden by Fly McIntyre, Martin McIntyre. 4 doesn't go, so 5 Lawson's Thorns. Connor Houlihan, who's in the driving seat to be the top novice rider here, male rider here in the southwest, or the extreme southwest, Devon and Cornwall area, and 1 in front in the national title race to be male novice rider of the year. He's on number 5, Lawson's Thorns. 6 on Your Max with Isaac Bunkle. 7 Oscar Lanton is in this race. 8 Pancrase Darren Andrews riding that one. And 9 Top Chief with Lauren Reed on board. So your numbers for the first race here at Bratton Down this afternoon are 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that means 8 runners for the first race, and the post time there scheduled for 2 o'clock. And in fact, oh, look at that! I love the shots of the scenery around here, because it's absolutely magical. And oh, that chap's not always there with his tweed cap, but we are talking about a perfect Devon countryside here, rolling hills. So much tradition associated with all rural pursuits, but particularly with point-to-pointing. And that's the view as we look out of the stands across the racecourse. So much looking forward to that. And this is what we've got coming up this afternoon. So the members' race, as already mentioned, at 2 o'clock. Then the Maiden, 27 entered in that, so we'll have news as to whether or not they're going to divide that Maiden in a few moments' time. Race 3, we've got the Intermediate, good old card for the good old race for the Intermediate in prospect as well. Looking forward to some interesting contenders in that. Then the Men's Open, coming up at 3:45, and an intriguing race. As always, the Ladies Open, the same applies to that one. Looking forward to seeing James King in action, certainly in the Men's Open, clearly not in the Ladies Open, and in having a number of rides during the afternoon. And then the Restricted at 4:55, supported by Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company. Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company, which is so supportive to point-to-pointing in Devon and Cornwall. And everyone, whether working working at the point-to-point races or indeed spectating, as people now can, very grateful to Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company for their ongoing support for the racing here this afternoon. Good to firm going. As you can see, this is the Tiverton Staghounds Point-to-Point, the fixture for 6th of June 2021. And it's a sellout in terms of the number of people who are allowed to come here. There are still COVID regulations in place, and that means they can only have 1,500 people here today. But it is a sellout, and that gives you an idea of how popular this sport in this part of the country. I love calling it a heartland. I think heartland's a great word, whether you're talking about politics, whether you're talking about football, whether you're talking about point-to-point racing. And here in this heartland of point-to-point racing in Devon and Cornwall, lovely to see plenty of people crowding around the paddock, getting a look at the 8 runners in our first race this afternoon. We will have some betting news fairly soon. The betting ring up and running, but there's Dr. Rhythm, the first horse that we see in the paddock. Fly McIntyre, Martin McIntyre on board this one, trained by Keith Cummings, qualified with the Devon and Somerset Staghounds. And you can see jockeys, that's Otis Morgan, recognise those colours appearing in the paddock now as well. So who are we picking up here? Is this another look at Dr. Rhythm? And this horse, jumping has just become a little bit of an issue with Dr. Rhythm, which is obviously disappointing. You can see from the form figures. fell here, prominent when fell early on, and fell at Upcut Cross as well. Bang there when fell at the second last. And actually, to be honest, blundered away a winning chance at the last when third at Maidesmoor as well. Disappointing really, because previous jumping in 2020 and 19 was fine. But we'll get news of what sort of price Dr. Rhythm is in just a second. We need news from the betting ring. And Simon is here. Simon Knott is here, as always, with the betting room. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Cornelius.
Good. Who's our favourite?
Well, they tell me Dr. Rhythm, if it jumps around, it wins. But the big if is if it jumps around. So it's a 6-4 chance at the minute.
So that's number 3, Dr. Rhythm. What's second favourite?
Alternative, number 1. Alternative is second favourite at 3-1.
Right, we'll just bear with us just 1 sec. We'll just get our cameras looking for number 1 in the paddock. So if you work your way down the list.
Okay, Broughton's Rhythm is 7-1. Dr. Rhythm we talked about, 6-4. Lawson's Thorns 10-1. On Your Max is 20. Oscar Lantern 10. Pancrase is 4, and Top Chief 12.
12-1. Top Chief. Broughton's Rhythm is 6-1. Did you say?
7-1.
7-1. I think that's potentially the most interesting, but we'll get more from Simon as the afternoon goes on. There is your second favourite. We looked at the favourite Dr. Rhythm already, and there's your second favourite Alternative. This one running for the Morgan family. 5 lengths, second place in a novice riders race at Cottlestone reads okay. Previously, the horse was competitive for quite a long way before parting company with the rider. The ground will probably suit as well. So that was a look at number 1 Alternative in this race. So what else have we got? I'm loving our new camera shot. That gives us a real good view, and so you can see in the background there that number board that I love, about 2/3 of the way across the screen towards the top, and that's the winner's enclosure. So after the race, horses will gather in that area. Over on the left of the picture there, horse boxes, various officialdom live in those boxes during this afternoon. The secretary of the fixture, also declarations and things like that, and an opportunity there to see the riders coming across to get to their mounts in a few moments' time. So we've had a look at number 1 Alternative and number 3 Dr. Rhythm. Another one that I'd quite like to see if we can see in the paddock is number 8 Pancrase, and there is number 8 if we can just stick with that fella. Pancrase qualified with the Devon and Somerset Staghounds. Teresa Clark trains that one. That Pancrase was about 20 lengths 6th in a level 2 conditions race at Upcut on Monday, won by Definite Dilemma. That wasn't too bad. Once trained by Gordon Elliott, bits and pieces of form in Ireland as well, although that was a bit of time ago. And better ground here will suit that one, number 8 Pancrase, being ridden this afternoon by Darren Andrews. Darren Andrews riding that one. I think Rob Hawker might have been down, but it's Darren Andrews on board. So that was Pancrase. Another one to look at is definitely number 2, Broughton's Rhythm. And where are you? And Broughton's Rhythm just being taken across the centre of the picture at the moment. There we are. Now, Broughton's Rhythm is ex-Oliver Sherwood. And Bronwyn Hurley trains this family horse. Much better most recently when 3rd in a conditions race that won over the course and distance by Blair's Cove at the last fixture 8 days ago. Finished 2nd in a rules race at Uttoxeter in March 2020, and that's not too bad. So looking forward to seeing Broughton's Rhythm. You'll be able to spot the rider, Theon Summers, in those yellow colours. There's an old superstition, isn't there? You should back the first jockey you see. And Theon, who's got a very impressive looking dog, was walking the course earlier on when I arrived. An opportunity to bring Donna in, I think, who's going to be marking our card as the afternoon goes on. And Donna's analysis of racing here in Devon and Cornwall can be seen on the Devon and Cornwall Point-To-Pointing website, pointingdc.co.uk, in local newspapers as well, and on the main Point-To-Point websites. Good afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon, Cornelius. Very well, thank you. This is a nice day for racing. Sun's not quite out, but I think we're going to have some fast.
I think it's as soon as you said that, to spite you, it came out. So what have we got then, Donna, as far as this first race is concerned?
This first race, I quite like, Alternative with Otis Morgan on. Ran second at Cotherstone. He ran on good soft. Maybe the ground could be a little bit quick for him. I know Dr. Rhythm's fancied, but he has had a couple of falls, and we hope that he's come out well from his falls, but it's a little bit of a mystery with him. Whereas Broughton's Rhythm, I would say, ran 15 lengths third here at the last Bratton meeting. Previous run at Trebudan, and he did pull up, but Fionn Summers, good little jockey, I would go with him, I would think, would be my tip for this race.
So you mentioned 2 or 3 there, which is great. So if I were to give you a fiver, you go for Broughton's Rhythm.
I would put your fiver on Broughton's Rhythm
I'm
and
with
hope
you.
that I would get you some money back.
I'm very much with you on that, and that is the.
I would like to say actually on the form side of it, this loose leaf, the Point-To-Point loose leaf, is really good. For looking up previous history of the horses, all the horses, and it is available on the Point-To-Point website. So for anybody looking for and following the racing, wants to look up the form, and they supply updates weekly as well. So I would like to give them a plug for that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the many excellent parts of Weatherby's support for Point-To-Point racing. Thanks to Donna.
Thank you.
Horses making their way out onto the racecourse now, so you can have a look at them in the company of Mark Dennis, who's our commentator at Bratton Down this afternoon.
Are on their way down to start now, and this is the COVID Hunts race, members, subscribers and farmers race. So the first one we see out is number 9, that's Top Chief, ridden by Miss Lauren Reid, and change of colours here. This is red with the blue diamonds and a red cap. Next out is number 8, that's Pancrase, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, red with the black cross belt, chevrons on sleeves and a quartered cap. In behind this comes number 1, that's Alternative, ridden by Otis Morgan, dark blue, the beige cross Lorraine, dark blue sleeves and a dark blue cap. Next out is number 5, that's Lawson's Thorns, ridden by Mr. Connor Houlihan, white with the blue hoops, white sleeves, black Diablo, yellow cap with the black diamonds. Following this one down is number 6, On Your Max, ridden by Mr. Isaac Bunkle, dark green, the white cross Lorraine, dark green sleeves and a white cap. Then we see number 7, Oscar Lantern, ridden by Miss Ella Herbison, and that's a green with the black epaulets, black stars on sleeves and a black cap. In behind this we see number 2, which is Broughton's Rhythm, ridden by Mr. Fionn Summer, and this is yellow with the pink cross belts and a quartered cap. And the final one to go down is number 3, that's Dr. Rhythm, ridden by Mr. Martin McIntyre, dark blue with the mauve quarters, dark blue sleeves with the mauve armlets. So those are the 8 runners that go to post then for our first race. This is the members race. They're due away at 2 p.m. So about 6 minutes until post time, and then they'll be underway.
So the runners making their way to the 3-mile start for this opening race in very good time. Certainly, hopefully, starting as they mean to go on. Simon's back from the betting ring. What's the latest?
It's all about Dr. Rhythm. One bookmaker went 13-8. That was immediately taken. 6-4 was taken. 5-4 was taken. And it's even money, and even that looks to be on the thumb now. Could be odds on.
What does on the thumb mean?
On the thumb means it's not much of it left.
Right. And what about the others?
They're all on the drift, as you'd expect. Alternative still second in, 130 last time I looked, probably bigger if he shopped around. 7-1 Broughton's Rhythm, still 10 Lawson's Thorns, 20 On Your Max, Oscar Lantern out to 12, Pancrase 4 and Top Chief 12, but probably bigger all of those if you shopped around in the ring. It's quite competitive. And
quick word about if you're following the live stream this afternoon. You can still use that magic telephone number and have a bet from afar. Yeah, Richard Pittard, that's been doing it all the way through the live streaming, is still taking bets on the phone. Check the details on the website. And the number is on your screen now, 07711 298 746. 711 298 746. But an important bit of information worth remembering all the time throughout the afternoon. At the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, a 5-minute broadcast delay applies. So just bear that in mind if you are fancying anything here today. Horses assembling down there at the start now. There's Alternative on the, just going out of our picture actually, on the extreme left. But Alternative, plenty of support for that one. But Dr. Rhythm is the one that, as far as the betting is concerned, is all the rage. This one in dark blue and mauve quarters, darker sleeves as well. I think, is that just directly in front of us, just behind Broughton's Rhythm, I think, at the moment, as we look over to the starting point. And the big concern, and this is a big concern, because Dr. Rhythm may be have been back down to even money, this one, running in the Dunsford colours. But look at those form figures. The form figures, very straightforward, an F and an F, the last two runs. The F last time was early on. So you can't really, was that last time or the time before? But there was definitely, the Bratton downfall was pretty early on. And then the time before that at Upcut, fell at the second last and bang there. And earlier on in the season, third at Maysmore, and a blunder contributed to that defeat as well. So if you are getting stuck into Dr. Rhythm, very best of luck. But you will be hoping that his jumping gets into a rhythm pretty quickly, this one. And Martin McIntyre is on board to try and help out. So that one, the best backed horse in the race, is the news from the betting ring. And really nothing else being supported against that particular horse. So I think everyone pretty positive that as far as the ability is concerned, Dr. Rhythm has it. But you just will be holding your breath at some of the fences. As you can probably hear the announcer behind me saying, 2 minutes until post time. Though when you actually see this, it'll be in 5 minutes time. So just do bear that in mind if you're fancying anything. As far as the colours of any of these down at the start, well, we've seen Dr. Rhythm over there. Alternative, plenty of supporters for Alternative. That's the one with the very prominent Cross of Lorraine on the chest of that one, just going across to the right of the picture now. Broughton's Rhythm, quite yellow, right in the centre of the picture behind the fence at the moment. The other one that seems to be quite popular is Pancrase, quite red colours with black cross belts. Now, news from the secretary here is that the maiden race is not being divided. 11 runners, and we'll have news of those 11 runners in a few moments' time. So it means that it's just the basic card here at Bratton Down today. No divisions, and we will be proceeding very, very shortly because the clock is ticking relentlessly towards 2 o'clock. If you're just joining us on the live stream this afternoon, good afternoon. You're very welcome to Bratton Down. This is Cornelius Lysett and the team bringing you all the news from here this afternoon. The ground is basically good to firm, slight differences in places, and I think you can see the starter's assistant calling them forward. So here we go for race one.
Members race. 8 runners and riders, and they race on to the first of their 19 fences then. Lawson's Thorns on the inside, just out jumped there on the outside by Pancrase, who goes on to about a half-length lead. On Your Max is also up there in the front three, just on the outside. Oscar's Lantern then follows these through on the outside of Top Chief. Alternative is on the inside with the blue colours, so they take on fence number 2 then. Good jump there. Top Chief was a little bit sticky at it, but a good jump onto the inside by Alternative. And Dr. Rhythm is next, and Bratton's Rhythm just the back marker as they race on to fence number 3 then. They come to it now, and they're all over that safely. Pancrase just give him a shake of the reins on landing after that. Lawson's Thorns now with the lead, goes on by a half length. On Your Max is 3. as they now track up to fence number 4. So Pancrase on the inside of Lawson's Thorns. Lawson's Thorns jumped that nicely. Saw a nice stride there and goes on by a half length. They're all over safely and make their way on then to the fence at the top end of the back straight or home straight. And they're over that again, all without incident now. Sweep left-handed and begin their run down the back straight. 2 plain fences, tricky downhills to take. So Pancrase with a lead of about a length and a half to Lawson's Thorns. On Your Max is 3 on the inside. Following that one through his Alternative, and Oscar Lantern on his outside. Top Chiefs just shuffled back through him a little bit, is on the outside of Bratton's Rhythm now. Dr. Rhythm, the back marker under Martin McIntyre. The even money favourite with the bookmakers when I had a quick look. And so they're at the... They're over the second downhill and continue to descend down into the bottom end of the course. So Pancrase, partnered by Darren Andrews, races on the outside of On Your Max. As they now take on the open ditch for the first time. And a good jump there by On Your Max. Jumps up into the lead and goes on by a half length to Pancrase. Oscar Lantern is now in 3. And with Bratton's Rhythm improving up into mid-division to dispute 4th now. And they've passed their point of departure and taken on another plain fence. Lawson's Thorns is the one that's just lost ground and is the back marker of the 8 then, as they continue on across the side of the course. So Pancrase gone out back up there to take a fractional advantage as they take the next plain fence from On Your Max on the inside. Alternative is 3, Oscar Lantern is 4, Bratton's Rhythm on the inside in 5, Dr. Rhythm is next, then Top Chief and Lawson's Thorn still the back marker as they turn into the home straight and race down to what will be the final fence in the circuit's time then. So Pancrase in the centre. And Alternative on the outside, On Your Max on the inside. They're pretty much a line of 3 across the course as Lawson's Thorns gets a reminder at the back, and it's been ridden now for quite some way. So they race up to the fence in front of us then, and Oscar's Lantern now goes up there to take a fractional advantage, although out-jumped by Alternative on the inside and Otis Morgan. As they continue on to the plain fence at the top of the home straight then, they come to it now. And they're over that safely. Alternative now with a clear lead from Oscar Lantern. Pancrase just lost a little bit of ground there. And just being ridden along now for a stride or two by Darren Andrews. As they now continue on downhill towards these 2 plain fences then. Alternative jumped that well. The rest stream out over it. On Your Max and Top Chief, these 2 now beginning to come under the pump as they continue on down to the second downhill. They come to it now. An Alternative on the inside. Took that well. Got over it and is joined on the outside or on the inside by Dr. Rhythm now, who's made stealthy ground up to take the lead now. Dr. Rhythm goes on by a length to Alternative. Bratton's Rhythm is 3, Oscar Lantern is 4. This is the ditch then for the final time. And it's the favourite at the front, and we've lost On Your Max at the ditch. So they race across the side of the course then, and the third last looms large then for the even money favourite, Dr. Rhythm. He just got a little bit tight to that. Bratton's Rhythm gives chase in second. Alternative is 3. They've gone around about 7 or 8 lengths clear then of Oscar Lantern. Top Chief's in behind this. Pancrase is all out, and Lawson's Thorns continues. So Dr. Rhythm on the run to the second last then, as asserted. He's gone around about 4 lengths clear of Bratton's Rhythm. Back in second. Alternative and Otis Morgan in 3. Oscar Lantern got a fair bit of work to do back in 4th. There's Dr. Rhythm now races down to the final fence. Long run from here up the hill after that. So Dr. Rhythm clear by about 4 or 5 lengths. Bratton Rhythm now under the pump from Fionn Summers. Alternative has also looks held back in 3rd. So Dr. Rhythm now on the run inside the final furlong is still clear from Bratton's Rhythm, but Dr. Rhythm now pushed out to the line under Martin McIntyre. Done enough, 4 or 5 lengths clear then from Bratton's Rhythm. Oscar Lantern looks booked for 3rd from Alternative, and then Top Chief. Lawson's Thorns will be the final one to finish.
I need to find the uncle. You tell me where to go.
Sam did call it.
Oh, is it called one?
Favourite Dr.
So
Rhythm.
let's have a look
Just
at
go
the
tight to
replay.
that. Bratton's
And
Rhythm gives chase
coming
in
into the
second.
closing
Alternative
stages,
is
you're suddenly
three.
thinking
They've gone around
he's still in
about 7
front,
or 8 lengths
and
clear there for Oscar Lanton.
jumping hasn't
Top cheese
let him
in
down,
this pancake
and
is all out.
can he stay there
And
now?
Lawson
But he's still
continues.
got to
So Dr. Rhythm on
get
the
over
run
the
to second
remaining
last
jumps. Here we
then
are
was
again,
asserted.
and
He's gone around about 4 lengths clear of
Broughton's Rhythm's doing his
Rhythm.
best.
Back in
Alternatives
second.
doing his best as
Alternative
well
Lucas Morgan
in the
in
third
three.
place.
Oscar Lanton,
But
got a fair bit of
Dr.
work
Rhythm,
to do.
with those
Back
form
in
figures
fourth. There's, Dr.
before
Rhythm now
today of a
races
couple of
down to the
Fs,
final fence. Long
comes
run
down,
up there
and there we are.
after that. So Dr.
And
Rhythm
those of you who've backed this horse, and the horse has been well backed, he was the best horse in the race. Would his jumping stand up to the test? And it did, and Fionn Summers is throwing everything at the horse in second, Broughton's Rhythm, but he's not going to be good enough to get to Dr. Rhythm, and that is a creditable performance by all involved. Broughton's Rhythm, second, Dr. Rhythm for Keith Cummings, Mrs. Dunsford. This 8-year-old by Calanese has rounded off the season in good style. And very shortly, Dr. Rhythm will be arriving there. Rock Gin, that's part of the prize that's handed out today. In fact, there are a few prizes handed out today, because will be lovely shots there of the crowd here. Alternative just going past the crowd there. But last meeting of the season, so therefore we'll be crowning the leading riders, male and female, established and novice. And in fact, I think Chloe Emsley-Wise, both in the open division and the novice division. So well done to her. I know she's got family here today as well, which will be very special. Some good figures that have just been handed to me as far as the Devon and Cornwall area this season is concerned. And that is that the average number of runners in all Devon and Cornwall races this season was 9. So that was 10 meetings. There are 11 meetings in all, 10 up until Bank Holiday Monday. And that's up, and it's up nicely. 2020 was disrupted by the pandemic as well, 7.3. 2019, 6.8. 2018, 7.1. 2017, 8.2. 2016, 7.4. And 2015, 8.5. So in the 11 fixtures that have taken place in the Devon and Cornwall area this year, some numbers to be really, really pleased about. And total number of runners at the fixture as well, over the 60 mark. So in this heartland, been using that word heartland a few times, in this heartland of point-to-pointing here in the southwest of England, good figures, and people have stuck with it. And I think they've got 25 fixtures planned for a season starting at the end of October. So that will be good. And good to see plenty of water being thrown around over these warriors after their races. Make certain, because it is quite a warm afternoon here, making certain that they can cool down as quickly as possible afterwards. With that in mind, worth mentioning the veterinary team here at Bratton Down, Western Counties and Dillaway and Bosley, who are all fine people who do a brilliant job to keep this particular show on the road. This was the Winston Pincombe Land Rovers COVID Hunts race, and they were racing for the John Tripe Silver Challenge Cup and the Wilfred Mitchell Trophy for the finisher, which has been out most of all with the Tiverton Staghounds. So more trophies to be handed out in the sunshine here. And what is striking as we look there, that's another bucket of water for one of the horses there. What has been striking has been the fact that the buzz, there was quite a buzz when no one was really allowed to come. But over the last couple of weeks, since people have been allowed in, the buzz, and you can probably just hear it just behind me, at Bratton Down this afternoon has been absolutely terrific. I think we can confirm that first result in full now. There we are. Won by number 3, Dr. Rhythm, as the even money favourite. It brings Simon in to comment on the odds in just a second. Second, number 2, Broughton's Rhythm at 7-1. And third, number 7, Oscar Lantern at 14-1. Distance is 4 lengths and 18 lengths. Broughton's Rhythm looked as though he might throw down a mighty challenge at Dr. Rhythm in the closing stages, but there were still 4 lengths between first and second at the line. So, betting-wise, that's a well-backed horse who has jumped round.
Yeah, very well backed. A few judges told me that A few judges said that if it jumped round, it would win. Obviously, they were waiting for the right sort of price for that risk. It touched 13-8 and then was backed all the way down to even money. Odds on with some bookmakers at the off, so they would have lost all of them on that race, I would imagine.
But if you'd been having a bet on that race, you'd have had to hold your breath, wouldn't you? Because the fact of the matter is that it fell last time, fell the time before, and actually had blundered chances away the time before that. So it's proper gambling.
Yes, it was.
Excellent. Well done to all involved there. The evens favourite wins the first race of the day. We're going to hear from Nikki Boundy in just a second, daughter of trainer Keith Cummins. While we do that, we'll confirm. We've got a graphic to tell you this in a second, but let's stick with the number board. I love that number board. Do you know, at the end of the point-to-point season here in Devon and Cornwall, I'll miss lots of things, weekly racing, the technical team here, but the number board at Bratton Down will be almost the first main thing I miss. And those are the numbers for our next race, the Maiden, which isn't dividing: 1, 2, 4, 8, 13, 15, 18, 23, 25. The rider of 25 is El Scott rather than Sott, actually. 26. That other one to quickly mention before we meet our next guest is they're not all exactly in order there, are they? So number 10 runs as well, and number 24 is a contender as well. But we've got a graphic for you in just a second. I've confused myself just looking at that particular thing for a second. As we say hello to Nikki Boundy.
Hi, how
well
are you?
done.
Thank you.
He jumped round.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, get nice and close to the mic, Nikki, so we can hear you.
Sorry.
Because there were lots of people here who said, I fancy one in the first if he jumps round.
Quite. Well, I did say last week if he jumped round he'd win, because he's been so well at home and he's such a good workhorse at home, and he's impressive. He's just got his own way of jumping. He's not a bad jumper, really. He jumped round Wincanton beginning of the season with Dave Pritchard on, and last year he jumped round Babby Rings and was a really good second, and he's been unlucky with him. Upcut, he was just getting a bit tired.
Because he'd have nearly won that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think he would. But I don't know what he did here last week with Josh. He lost his shoe, so whether he slipped, I got a photo. He just stepped at it,
But today you didn't really have much anxiety today, did you?
No. He still doesn't really round, but he just travels so well in between his fences.
And in fact, if you look at the form, there was a fall from here, a fall at Upcut, and the third at Maysmore. There was a blunder as well.
Quite,
wasn't there?
he'd have been second at Maysmore, but Josh did amazing to stay on him, and he was third.
Why do you think? Because in the past he's jumped fine, hasn't he?
Quite, yeah. I don't know. Just been unlucky. We haven't had a lot of rhythm, because of COVID. I suppose we've seen
rhythm.
Rhythm. We should have been stop a bit. So whether it's that, I don't know. But he's never stopped. At home, he's always a good workhorse at home. And 12 stone's quite easy because I ride him most days at home. So I think he finds it easy on a track than he does at home. But,
and just for a second, Broughton's Rhythm, Fionn Summers had got after that one on the run in, and I thought there could be a test here, but in fact you were fine.
I think he got a bit lonely. He hasn't won many races. He got a bit lonely out in front, I think.
Yeah.
Fly gave him a great ride, which is great.
Lovely to end the season like that, especially when you've had a bit of lucklessness.
Yeah, that's our second win. Don't ask us round one at Upcut for us, and so. Yeah, it's good.
And what about these horses when they do sort of jump round and everything goes well? If it's a human, it affects a human, but it affects horses as well.
Definitely.
I bet you. Well, I don't want to tempt Providence, but I bet you he's in good order at the start of next season.
Definitely, yeah. I think they know, don't they, when they won somehow, and I'm glad for the horse because he was being labelled a bad jumper. He's not. He's fallen twice. But like I say, Upcut, he was just getting a bit tired and hit the top, but yeah.
you're going to be popular because there's quite a decent-sized crowd here.
Yes.
And they've all backed your horse, and he's jumped round.
I heard he went off favourite. I thought, well, they're braver than me.
Yeah, he touched odds on briefly, but I think he returned evens favourite.
The owner said before the race that she was going to have a cigarette, and I don't smoke, and I said, I'll have a cigarette as well. We were so nervous because you just hate seeing them on the floor, but to see him jump round like that was lovely.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. And is that you done for? That's you done for the.
Yeah, we finished now.
You've done for the season.
Yep. So we're going to go and have a cider.
And all in all, let's hope we can start again in October.
Indeed.
And everything just goes smoothly.
Indeed.
It goes in a rhythm.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Let's hope so.
So how many will you have next season, do you think?
Probably about the same, 5 or 6,
Right.
I expect. Yep, that's the plan.
It's clear, every time I see you, it's clear. You said, when you had your winner the other day, I remember you saying, much needed. But you're still at it. You obviously love it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's just a winner. It just pays back all the hard work and cold winter days, and it's great for the team at home.
Excellent. Well, well done with give the doctor a pat from us, because that was great to see him in the winners' enclosure today.
Thank you. I'm good to see Josh here too, because he's not been feeling great after his fall.
He's here today, is he?
He's here today and had a word with Fly before the race. So
all right. Well, talking of Fly, we'll let you fly.
Thank you.
And bring Martin in as well. So congratulations.
Great. Thank you very
much.
Super.
Lovely. Well done with Dr. Rhythm. And here's the winning jockey as well. Well done.
Hello, how are you? You well?
Well, not as well as you, I suspect.
Yeah, well,
not as well as all these people who made you evens favourite.
Yeah, see you again. It's good.
Because the form coming into the race today, those two Fs, you must think I've got to get him somehow to get over these obstacles.
Yeah, no, I've ridden them twice. I actually won them first time out at Holnicott back in 2017, and actually Mr. Malone owned them then under the care of Jack Barber. So I knew what he was like, and I've ridden him at Cherrybrook before, so
he's not a bad jumper, is he?
He just needs a bit of help, just holding his hand together, and he's in tight in that. He sometimes leaves his back end through it, and you need to just keep a good hold of him. And look, he had the class. He's been on the rules, and he's come back and he's sauntered around here on the bridle, so just a case of getting him around.
I think your only anxiety today was that he was in front and from some way out, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was absolutely cantering, and sure, look, I didn't want to disappoint him, and to be fair, when he was in front, he wasn't like he was having a good look around. He was honest, and if something came to me again, he was quite buzzy and he's quite relaxed now, so I was only filling in the blanks for Josh Newman, who's settled him quite well. He was quite racy in his younger days, so he's settled away lovely, and I just didn't want to be knocking him about and getting him lit up again, so it's good to end them on the air and a good training performance.
Yeah, and I think a few of us held our breath at the last. There was one more to get over, but actually he was absolutely fine, wasn't he?
He absolutely pinged the last, look, he's done it well, and he's entitled to coming back from on the rules, back pointing again, so it's good to end on a good note.
And how do you reflect on the year? Because every time I see you seem to be not very far away from a winner.
Yeah, no, that's only 4 now for the season. It's quite enough now, to be fair.
But nice to get 4.
Yeah, it is. It's just, look, it's great to have even racing, great, even better. I have crowds back and just back to some bit of normality, really, because coming into the COVID, we were thinking, was it going to be back on at all? So it's a credit to all the team and everyone here to get it going again.
And I was just saying, the buzz over the last couple of weeks since people have been allowed back in, you'll have noticed. I'm sure the horses will have noticed it.
Oh, of course they have, yeah. Look, it's just great to have people back in some normality. Look, it's great. And a day like today as well, it's lovely.
Will you get to Kingston Blunt on the last day next weekend?
Well, I've no ride, so anyone watching, I'm free, so give me a call. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, look, congratulations on that success, and will you have a nice relaxed summer and then be all ready to roll?
Yeah, I'm working at Mr. Pipes there, so I might go home for a week or two and then come back into the horses. Won't be long before they're back in again, so mid-July, so we kept busy.
He'll have a few flat horses as well.
Yeah, no, we had a nice one there yesterday, a Hexham, a juvenile, the first juvenile of the year, so I've been riding him out and schooling him, so it's good to see he got his head in front first time out of Askin yesterday, so that was a good start for him, so onwards and upwards.
Super, well done there.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to
Cheers,
chat.
thank you.
Super to hear from Martin McIntyre from Fly McIntyre, one of the great characters of racing here in the Devon and Cornwall area. Right, horses in the paddock for our next race. Dr. Rhythm having won that first race of the afternoon at odds of even money. We'll get an update on the betting in a few moments' time, but I think we've got that graphic, which our graphic department so loves me to cross to. There it is. And so here are our runners in the second race, and this is the Riverside Caravan Park and Camping Park and Country Club Maiden. Over 3 miles, and they race for the Jack Adams Memorial Challenge Cup. This maiden is not being divided, so these are all of the runners, 11 of them. Decent sized field as well, so looking forward to these. Number 1, Alpine Rock. and this is a challenger from Wales, and that being ridden by Mark Robinson today. Good to see Mark and Alpine Rock here. Benny's Miracle with Rob Hawker, number 2. Businessman, Conor Houlihan on board, looking to extend that lead if he can over Ben Sutton in the race to be the champion novice rider nationwide this season. He's on Businessman. He's 1 in front of Ben at the moment. So he's on number 4, Businessman, and Businessman trained by Les Jefford. Then we've got 8, Elusive Package and Vinnie Webster. Number 10, another one challenging for 13, Hands Face Space. We've seen Hands Face Space here in the past. Alice Stevens on board. 15 is Island Tycoon with Zoe Hawkins. 18, Mad for Action with Abigail Lewis riding that one. Have a look at them in the paddock in a second. 23, Spivey Cove with Aaron Butterfield. Now, there's a busy guy, Vic the Vandal, which is number 25. Vic the Vandal is being ridden by Luke Scott, who was just pipped in a race yesterday at Hexham. 26 is What a Bug, and What a Bug has Fly McIntyre on board, so he's gone off to get prepared for that one, having chatted to us there. And 24, I don't think I gave you this one before, 24, Top Cliche, does run. So how's that? Well, I think for one reason or another, probably a little bit of a muddle over declarations, etc. That one was declared perhaps just after Vic the Vandal and What a Bug, so it ends up at the bottom of our list. But it runs. So just checking, that's 11, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's 12 now, because I think we weren't absolutely certain about Top Cliche. Well, Top Cliche with Jake Baymont does take part in this race, the Open Maiden race at the Tiverton Staghounds fixture here at Bratton Down, post time of 2:35, which means we've got a bit of time to spare. So jockey's just arriving in the paddock. So where's our Simon, our betting man? He'll be here in just a second with news from the betting ring. But let's see. I'll tell you what, I really want to see number 4 if I can. Number 4, Businessman. And Businessman is a 7-year-old by Milan. It's been in pretty reasonable form this year. And Conor Houlihan is on board. I see members of the Houlihan family are here at Bratton Down this afternoon, which is great to see. So we're there we are, just coming across our picture there, number 1. Oh, no, sorry, that was Alpine Rock, number 1. The one I'm looking for is number 4, isn't it? Sorry. So where are you, Businessman? And where's our betting? So we're after Businessman in the paddock, and we're after Betting Man here in the enclosures. I think we'll bring Donna in. With her little look ahead towards the race now. While we just sort out where Businessman is in the paddock. So, Broughton's Rhythm ran a very solid race. The winner was if the winner was going to jump round, he was probably going to win, and he jumped round.
He did. Yeah, very nice race from him. Sound performance, and well done to the connections.
Yeah, well done to all
I would say
involved. Right, what do we think then for race 2? This competitive-looking Open Maiden.
Well, I did like What a Bug. Ran second at Treby Dannon on Good to Firm. It's not really fancied here in the market. It's only 14 to 1, I think.
I couldn't have it on my mind. What do you like about What a Bug?
Connor was originally down to ride. Now it's Martin McIntyre.
Well, that's no bad thing, is it?
Martin McIntyre. So I'm not sure. And he ran second at Volta Hill, May 19. Good to Firm. Just the top of the ground, I think.
Yeah. Well,
is why I'm drawn to him. But Businessman for the Jefford team, 7-year-old Milan sired, 2 seconds recently, good to soft, second here as well, ran May 19 upcut and good, could go well.
He ran in that race, didn't he, that Jimmy Snipe came good in.
That's
and everyone
right.
said, Jimmy who?
Yes.
And Jimmy Snipe won it. And Businessman looked as though he was going to win until the last few strides.
That's right. I think he was just denied there, so I'd like to see a good run from him. And interestingly, Connor's got the ride, and Connor is leading the novice men's gentlemen's championship.
By one, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah, I would like. I think if I had a five, or if you gave me a fiver, I'd put it on Businessman.
On Businessman.
Yeah.
Okay. Will you hand the microphone
I
to
will.
Simon, who's here as well,
Yes.
with news from the betting ring, and then we'll have a look at some of these horses. So, what's the betting ring took a battering after the first race, Simon. What are they anticipating here?
Well, the two they've backed at this race so far, Businessman, number 4, has been backed from 4-1 into 5-2. And there's also been a move for Elusive Package, 13-2 into 5-1. It's a very competitive betting heat, this. If you'd like me to go down the card.
Yeah, please.
Alpine Rock is 6-1. Benny's Miracle 5-1. Businessman we've talked about 4-1 into 5-2. Elusive Package we've talked about 13-2 into 5-1. Thunder Nui is 7-1. Hands Face Space 5-1. 25 Island Typhoon. 10 Mad for Action. 8 Spicy Cove. 8 Top Cliche. 6 Vic the Vandal and 10 What a Bug. Very competitive
Gosh,
heat.
It is. I suspect when you come back in a couple of minutes' time, it'll have sorted itself out. Don't run off with the mic, though, will you? So, right, let's have a look at some of these. Right, where is number 4? Where is Businessman in the sunshine here at Bratton Down? A busy afternoon, as you can see, of action, but can't really narrow this race down into sort of 3 or 4 dominating the betting. There are a whole lot that are quite well fancied. Just going through there, number 23, that's Spivey Cove. That's perhaps a little bit shorter than I thought it might do. Where are we? There's number 15 going through the picture now, and 15 is Island Typhoon. 13 here as well, Hands Face Space. Hands Face Space has been sent down by Fran Nimmo, 5-year-old by Westerner. And Hands Face Space, still learning. 4th place over course and distance 8 days ago was perfectly okay. Best judged on that, and the 4th at Sheriff Hutton when the stable wasn't really flying after the lockdown. Middle race was on very tiring ground at Trebudannon. Hands Face Space will definitely have supporters. Right, a bit of a closer look at some of these horses now. Getting the idea, I hope, wherever you are, what a really lovely afternoon it is here in North Devon. Wasn't so good yesterday. I think people watching the Derby and thinking, look at the weather in Surrey. It's certainly was rather better there than here. I think that is Thunder Nui, the grey horse there. That's being, looks as though, where is that? Is that being saddled? No, just don't know quite what was happening there. But there's number 18, and 18 is Mad for Action. Mad for Action, trained by Abigail Lewis, qualified with the Minehead Harriers. Pick of form the 2nd place from Cherrybrook, when not quite good enough behind Our Grey Boy, which has run well since. And the UR in the form there was when holding every chance before parting company with the rider at the 3rd last. So that's definitely a contender. There's 23, Spivey Cove. Aaron Butterfield on board that one already. Bit luckless when unseated rider quite early on in a course and distance maiden race 8 days ago, won by Best to Come. I think Spivey Cove's form and position in the betting as well indicates the form is actually better than it looks on first inspection. Still, my ambition is to see if we can see jockey in the blue with the white chevron and the red sleeves and cap. We can see Businessman before it goes out onto the track. If we can't, no bother. Yes, in fact, coming down, there we are. So there's Conor Houlihan. He'd be smiling underneath that blue mask, because things are going pretty well for him at the moment. 3 winners when he was here the other day. And on board number 4, Businessman. Businessman was 2 lengths behind Borrowed and Blue when 5th in a maiden race on Elusive Intentions maiden race on Monday. Decent 2nd over the course and distance, just caught close to the finish, as we just said, by Jimmy Snipe. Shown plenty of promise, Businessman, either side of the Irish Sea, and definitely a major contender here. Simon's back. I bet you he has news. Well, I hope he has news of a clear favourite. What have you got, Simon?
Well, the clear favourite is Businessman, but I've got to say this is probably the most competitive betting heat we've had on the live streaming. There's money for elusive package still, 5-1, that's very hard to get now, and also Hands Face Space. The 5-1's now gone into 4-1, so there's quite a few horses being backed in. The other one is Vic the Vandal, 6-5.
Which one?
Vic the Vandal.
Vic the Vandal.
Yeah, lots of people backing lots of different horses, which is just what the bookmakers like.
Absolutely, absolutely. Lovely. Thanks to Simon for that. Just need to correct a rider we gave you incorrectly earlier on. Number 1, Alpine Rock, is ridden by Imi Robinson. I think we had our Robinsons mixed up there. Imi Robinson is on board Alpine Rock, number 1. Mark Dennis is describing them down towards the start, so let's join him.
Next out is number 1, that's Alpine Rock, ridden by Imi Robinson, royal blue with the white seams. Following this one down is number 15, that's Island Typhoon, ridden by Miss Zoe Hawkins, blue with the white hoops. In behind this we see Speevy Cove, number 23, ridden by Aaron Butterfield, black with the orange seams. Then behind this comes Businessman, number 4, ridden by Mr. Conor Houlihan, blue with the white chevron, red sleeves and a red cap. Next out is Top Cliche, number 24, ridden by Mr. Jake Baymont, black with a white chevron, black sleeves and a black and white corded cap. Following these down is number 13, Hands Face Space, ridden by Miss Alice Stevens, that's pale blue with the white stripes. Next out is number 10, that's Fun de Nuit, ridden by Mr. Evan David, and that's red with the black sleeves. Following this one down is number 18, Mad for Action, ridden by Miss Abby Lewis, black with the purple Costa Lorraine, purple sleeves and a white cap. And the final one down is number 8, that's Elusive Package, ridden by Vinnie Webster, light blue with the white star. So 12 go to post then for this open maiden race. They're due away at 2:35, so around about 2 minutes until post time.
2 minutes then until the scheduled post time here, making their way once again to the 3-mile start for this one. People able to crowd across the course into the centre of the track, get a good view of the far side here. Envy those people in that trailer there, lording it over their colleagues. Slightly better view of the whole racecourse. Lovely scenes here, and thank you for joining us on the live stream this afternoon, presented by the Devon and Cornwall Point-To-Point area. Horses just having a look at the fence, which will be the first of the obstacles in this race. Businessman is the one that seems to be getting plenty of interest, and plenty of interest on the ground as well, regardless of betting, by the fact that Conor Houlihan is on board, and there's a lot of enthusiasm. There, by the way, there's all the social media platforms and the website as well that you can follow throughout the year to get an idea of what's going on point-to-pointing wise in this part of the southwest of England. Facebook and Twitter and other platforms as well, and the website www.pointingd for Devon, C for Cornwall, pointingdc.co.uk. Simon Knott is back, so he might well have an update on the betting as the horses are sorted out down at the start. Have we got a sort of one that everybody's wanting to back?
Yeah, well, it's still very lively betting heat, but Businessman is now the solid 2-1 favourite.
And that is that the main?
Yeah, there's several horses been nibbled in the race. Vic the Vandal still quite popular. Elusive Package is steady at 5-1. Hands Face Space 4-1. But Businessman has been 4-1, is now 2-1. Is the solid market leader.
Excellent. A Businessman down with the others at the starting point in that throng of horses. Elusive Package, the colours are very, very light. Number 8, Elusive Package. First run since quite a promising third. You see the form figures there, a 3 and a P. So that horse ran, the run actually at Garthorpe never really got in a blow, but the third place at Sheriff Hutton in March 2019 showed that the horse has got ability. He's only 6, Elusive Package, and Elusive Package is a long distance traveller to here today, so it'll be interesting to see how that one gets on this afternoon. So they're all down there in the sunshine. It is one of those afternoons where some of the colours show up really well, others not showing up quite so well. And that Elusive Package, as I say, are very, very light colours. But the one of the ones that really shows up well is the one that you're making and the crowd here are making a pretty strong favourite, and that is Businessman. Businessman was entered to be ridden by Darren Edwards, but Conor Houlihan taking over, and a lot of support for the Devon and Cornwall person here, somebody who's been such a big part of point-to-pointing this season and last in Devon and Cornwall. A lot of support for Conor Houlihan in that race to be the nationwide champion novice. I think Ben Sutton's taking today off, but he's got a few rides at Kingston Blunt next week. He was winner of a photo finish, which has proved slightly controversial yesterday. But we're ready to roll for race 2. Here we go.
Hotly contested open maiden race. 12 runners and riders jump away from the start then and head towards the first of their 19 fences, and Vic the Vandal was the one that jumped it. It was a little bit sticky out over it, and it was allowed Mad for Action to just go up and take a fractional advantage. Just in behind them comes Fun de Nuit, Top Cliche in the black colours just on the inside, taken third now. Spivey Cove is next and races up on the outside to dispute fourth, as they've all taken this fence number 2 okay, and now race left-handed to come up into the home straight. So Mad for Action on the outside under Abby Lewis takes them along and races towards fence number 3. Come to it now, and they're all over that safely, and Elusive Package now is the one that's just been relegated to the back marker spot and was given a fairly vigorous shake of the reins after that fence. Ground officially described as good to firm, and obviously drying out with this weather. So they cross the necks then, and they're over that safely. Spivey Cove leads the charge on to the fence at the top of the home straight. They come to it now, and they all sail out over it. Businessman, the favourite under Conor Houlihan, right up the inside, just in mid-division at this point. So they begin their run down the back straight, 2 plain fences on the downhill. And Spivey Cove now, Vic the Vandal and Top Cliche, the ones up in the front rank. Mad for Action's a little bit wider out as they continue downhill then towards another plain fence. Vic the Vandal right in the centre, just with the fractional advantage then as they take the next, and they're all over that safely. Tail enders just come into it now. Island Typhoon is now the back marker and just a bit detached by 6 or 7 lengths from the main group, Island Typhoon, as they track on now up to the open ditch for the first time then. This is the ditch, and Spivey Cove out over it. Mad for Action in second, and third Top Cliche on the inside of Alpine Rock and Vic the Vandal. What a Bug is next, and following these through on the inside, Benny's Miracle, and then Fun de Nuit, from them Elusive Package, and Businessman just on his outside, or inside should I say. Island Typhoon continues 6 or 7 lengths adrift. We do have a loose horse in amongst them. We'll try and pick up where that one came to grief. I think it must have been the downhill fence, but we'll try and find out who that is. And they now sweep left-handed, and the loose horse is now carrying too wide. They went real wide there. Speedy Cove and Mad for Action nearly taken out by the loose horse. They did well to get back on track as they now make their way up the home straight once more. And Vic the Vandal in the centre. Mad for Action on the inside. Also going up there on their inside is Benny's Miracle. So they're over that, and it must be Hans Face Space that we have lost at the downhill. And What a Bug is being pulled up before that fence at the top of the home straight. So they're beginning to whittle down through them. So Mad for Action with the advantage now as they head off down the back straight out into the country for the final time in this open maiden race. Benny's Miracle and Mad for Action, and Vic the Vandal. Businessman was a little bit slow over that and lost a couple of lengths. Connor Houlihan now gets to work on him with Fundanui just going up on his outside. Speedy Cove is next, then Alpine Rock. Top Clichés in behind this, then Elusive Package is in behind that. So they're taking the downhill fence then and continue to make the descent down to the bottom. So Mad for Action with the advantage. Vic the Vandal in second. Benny's Miracle is 3. Then there's a whole host of them breathing down the leaders next now. This is the open ditch then for the final time. Mad for Action and Abbey Lewis. Vic the Vandal now driven up to within a length of the leader, but he goes on by 2 lengths now. Mad for Action 3, 4 lengths clear. Benny's Miracle back in 3. Top Cliché is 4. Fundanui is next on the outside of Alpine Rock. They've taken 3 out then. Island Typhoon continues, and we've lost one there. That looks as though it's Fundanui, a unseat at that fence. So we continue up to the leader then, and Mad for Action with Vic the Vandal now, and Benny's Miracle on the outside. That was 2 out, and Mad for Action is still mad for it. He's still a length and a half clear, and trying to hold all corners as they sweep into the home straight then. Up front, Mad for Action, Vic the Vandal and Benny's Miracle. Top Cliché trying to rally back in 4th. Alpine Rock in behind this. Final fence coming up then. Vic the Vandal jumps up on the inside. Benny's Miracle in the centre and Mad for Action on the outside. They're a line of 3 now. Top Cliché back in 4th as Benny's Miracle starts to get serious on the run to the line then. Around about a half furlong left to race, and Benny's Miracle by 2 lengths now to Mad for Action. They've gone clear of Top Cliché and Vic the Vandal. They're 3 and 4. Businessman is next, then Alpine Rock. In behind this Elusive Package, Island Typhoon and Speedy Cove.
Right, try again.
Yeah, right. 10 seconds.
It's pretty much there at the death again, so champion, let's go. 6, 7, 6 to 4. Yeah, it did, yeah. Elusive Package 6. Fundanui 6. Hands Face Space 4.
Right, well, let's have a look at these closing stages again. And 3 of them, as we heard in the commentary, had really grabbed the initiative here. There they are over the second last. The favourite had made quite a businessman, had made a bit of an error going on to the final circuit and has ended up being well beaten. I think I'll come into the picture in a second, but coming down, there he is over there. He's finished about 5th or 6th. But coming down in here, you just got to keep your eye on the check cap. And this is the horse that Benny's Miracle, which has ended up coming out on top. Vic the Vandal doing his best, also trying his very best is Mad for Action, and staying on quite well is the Bayment horse, which is Top Cliché. But coming up towards the finish in those closing stages, it was clear that there was one that was dominating proceedings, and it was Benny's Miracle. Benny's Miracle, which was number 2 there, trained by Teresa Clark, continuing a good run in the colours of Mike and Naomi Rowe. Actually was quite well backed when running at Trebudanon earlier in the season, and actually was quite well backed at Cottlestone as well. Quite nicely bred, Benny's Miracle. Tough Nano is a 5-time winner. This is a full sister to that horse, Benny's Miracle, the winner of our second race, the Riverside Caravan Park and Camping Park and Country Club Maiden. Thanks to that operation for its support here today, and the Jack Adams Memorial Challenge Cup will be presented to those involved with number 2, Benny's Miracle. So that is the second race sorted out. We'll get some starting prices for you in a few seconds' time. Really, there were quite a lot at a relatively short price. There's Benny's Miracle. There were quite a lot at quite a short price. But it was Businessman that was the horse that most were supporting. And just confirmation that Mad for Action is confirmed as second, with Top Cliche in third. So they're just confirming the result in full from that race. Rob Hawker gets lots of congratulations for all concerned. A popular success, popular team indeed, and lovely to see how much it really matters. Jockey embracing supporters, owners, probably embrace anyone at the moment. AB so happy having been successful on that horse. So well done to all confirmed with Benny's Miracle. She's a mare by Primary, and she's had a couple of bits of form. I've just been struck when she finished third and when she finished fifth. She was sort of reasonably well supported on both occasions. So she's obviously somebody new. Somebody thought that she'd come good at some point, and she's come good in the sunshine at Bratton Down this afternoon. I'll give you the full race card for the next race in a second. Won't come to it just yet, but I can tell you the numbers for the next race just to mark your card. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Over the page, as they say, 14, 16, 17. Those are the numbers for the next race. We'll have a full list of them in just a second, but we mustn't get ahead of ourselves, because here is the result confirmed. 7-1 if you back that. Number 2, Benny's Miracle. We'll get some reporting from the betting ring in just a second. First, number 2, Benny's Miracle, with Rob Hawker at 7-1. Second, number 18, Mad for Action, 14-1. And 24, Top Cliche, finished third. Top Cliche, you know, Top Cliche is a horse. It's got a couple of PUs in the form, as you can see on examining ground latest, but the fourth in the mares race on good ground at Cottlestone, over 2.5 miles, that you can see in the form figures. That was okay, and Top Cliche has ended the season, I think, going very much in the right direction. And if there was a tracker where you put your horses to make certain that you don't miss them next season, Top Cliche, which represents trainer Jill Dennis, owned by the Bayment family, qualified with the Torrington Farmers, and Jake Bayment rode it. That's a horse for the notebooks, as they say. Distances 4 lengths and 8 lengths. Let's just bring Simon Knott in just for an observation about the betting on that race. So the bookmakers took a bit of a battering in race 1, but that's a much more satisfactory result for the ring.
Yeah, they've got it back there, I'd imagine. There was a lot of horses backed. Benny's Miracle wasn't one of them. Drifted from 5 out to 6, 8 to 7. SP is 7-1. A lot of horses backed, all beaten, so they would probably have got it back.
When the bookmakers saw, are they good sports, the bookmakers? When they saw Businessman, the well-backed favourite, make a bit of a mistake on the final circuit, was there a little bit of ripple of cheering?
No, honestly, there would never be with the bookmakers. They are the biggest bunch of sportsmen out there, and you know, I know people think bookmakers are bad, but that would never happen.
Excellent. Well, I'm very pleased here. Don't get defensive on me.
No.
Lovely. We'll hear more from Simon later on. Let's bring Teresa Clark in, the winning trainer after Benny's Miracle. Well done again. You're having an okay run, aren't you?
It's been a bit in and out, I have to say.
Well, there's been more in than out, I think.
Yeah.
But what about Bennett's? You know, that's lovely.
It is lovely. It hasn't come as a surprise because she does work really well at home, but she's been a bit frustrating. But I think the quicker ground today was what suited her.
Because what was striking, I think she'd been 3rd and 5th, had she, something like that.
Yeah.
But each time she wasn't quite the price in the betting that I might have anticipated. You know, she was a bit shorter than... So
Yeah.
Obviously the word was out that she was a good workhorse.
Yeah, I think we knew. She's a full sister to Tough Nano that's won quite a few. Yeah, it's not been a secret that she works well at home, but I'd started to think she might be a morning glory. But
there are a few of those around, aren't there?
But we stepped up to 3 miles, which obviously suited her, and the quicker ground suited her.
So what about coming into the closing stages today? This looked a competitive race, and there were 3 right there. There was another one staying on. What was going through your mind?
I did feel that she would keep finding up the hill. So I was glad she had a lead going up the hill. I was quietly confident at that stage, as you can, well, as much as you can be.
And tell us about your owners, Mike and Naomi, because they haven't been with you that long.
Yeah, they've been with me for quite a few years now. They've been in a few syndicates, but this one they own outright. We haven't had a lot of luck, so hopefully this is the turning point.
Right, so what, have they've had to be patient, have they?
Yeah, well, we've had a few bridesmaids.
Right. Yeah, plenty of those around as well. Yeah. So what do you know, it's the last day of the season, so the horse will be out in a field presumably.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
so,
yeah. She'll have a break
what are you
now.
thinking? Where are you thinking that,
I don't really know. I think that's something where we'll have to sit down and discuss what to do, because we know that she's a better ground horse now. Right. So I don't know. I don't know if summer jumping might be maybe the way to go forward.
You might give that a go.
Possibly. I don't know.
Oh, excellent. Well, but that's great. And you know, I've been saying to everybody today, the buzz back at. I've seen you around. You've been to Point-To-Points when there've been about 5 people there and their dogs.
It's amazing,
isn't it great?
It is absolutely amazing.
And the sun's out.
The sun is out. Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah, it does put a spring into everybody's step, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
And especially when they back I don't point at you when I say, did you back the winner?
I did back her.
Oh,
yeah.
did you? Well done, you.
I had a discussion with Rich Pittard about what price I should have. He wasn't very generous.
Oh, so I hope it was.
He said I'll have the best price there was. So I don't know.
The SP was 7-1, so hopefully it was a bit better than that.
Hopefully.
But you're not. I don't mean this in any way impertinently, but you're not frightened to put your money where your mouth is, are you?
I've backed a fair few losers. I've just made up for it in the last week or so.
Yeah, well done, because you had that nice winner the other day under rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, brilliant.
So they'll all be cast out in the field now?
Yeah, I've got a few that can go to Kingston Blount.
Right.
A maiden and a couple of restricted horses,
right.
but we'll just see during
Anything
the week.
that works even better than this one?
Well, that'd be saying, wouldn't it?
Well, that's why I'm asking you.
No, not really.
I'm going to ask Rob. I'm going to ask Rob instead, because see if he'll let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
But so you might be at Kingston Blount for the last meeting of the season.
Yeah, probably will be.
Well, anyway, look, well done there. That was terrific, and well done to your owners as well for getting some reward for their patience.
Yeah. All right, lovely.
Lovely to see you, Teresa Clark. Let's bring Rob Hawker, the winning jockey, in as well. Rob, a little. Phew, that was good work.
I needed that. Yeah, I needed it big time.
How much fun was that?
Yeah, brilliant. I just said to the owners, I never really thought I wasn't going to win the whole way around. I was so happy. But I rode her on bad ground last time and 2.5 miles, and she sort of fell around in the mud a bit, so we just looked after her, and it's probably just paid off today, really. Absolutely.
Yeah, so you always felt she was going to win, but it looked quite coming down to the closing stages. There were certainly three, maybe 3 or 4 of you.
Yeah, all the way along the bottom from the ditch, all I was wanting was something to just give me a lead.
Right.
She's only ran twice. It's a long way from that last up to the line in front. I just needed a lead, and then I just said, right, go and win, and yeah, she was straight as a die, to be fair. And
from a jockey's point of view, that finish, because if you walk the course here at Bratton Down, the walk from the last fence to the finish, you know you've had a bit of a walk.
Oh, yeah,
What's it like when you're on a horse?
Yeah, they always say if your stick's up coming to the last, it's very doubtful you'll win. You need to sort of, it's a little bit, not really, but they always say in the National to wait to the elbow and then go for them. Like here, if you go from before the rise, often they'll just cut out before the line, really. So It took me about 6 years to learn that, but
well, you've learned it brilliantly now.
Yeah.
I'm loving the comparison between Bratton Down and Aintree.
No, you know what I mean.
I know exactly. Well, of course I know what you mean. Of course I do. And so here's you winning a race today as a jockey, and you won a race as a trainer on Monday, didn't you?
Yeah, well, it was my dad. Yeah, it's his horse.
Well, it sounded like it was the whole family was involved one way or another.
Yeah, it's a family thing. Yeah, so that was brilliant. We've had a quiet season, second half. With their health and everything hasn't been great, so it was just nice to get one on the board before we turn them away, really.
And is that you done for the... Have you got anything else here today?
But Tree Sparrow in the men's open.
Right.
I fell off from last week, so hopefully...
Oh, right, yeah, suddenly you were there and suddenly you're gone.
Yeah, suddenly I was gone, yeah. And then Jimmy Snipe in the restricted, he won here that eventful race here.
Now, here's the question.
Yeah.
PPP1. What do you
looks
think?
Dodgy, doesn't it?
What happens next?
It looks dodgy. Hopefully it's another one, but.
Because Darren Andrews rode last time. Is he riding
he's got
something
another
else?
one in the race. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So you come in for. Oh, wasn't he? Hasn't he dropped you off something?
That was it. Yeah. I was meant to ride him when he won, and I didn't have. He was 50-50 whether he's going to run and. I said, look, I can't come down on a bit of a whim, and the owners are brilliant, and Joe very understanding, and obviously they rang me again today, so hopefully we get one back on him.
So I'm not being flippant or whatever. So PPP1.
Yeah.
Do you think the penny just suddenly dropped?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I don't think it has yet, to be honest, because he obviously arguably got a bit lucky here, really, and he'll have learnt stacks for just getting round, never mind winning. Obviously, a restricted is fast run race. Good. He's going to have to sharpen up a lot, but it'll do him good anyway before he has a holiday to go and do it again. So, but no.
Good old family, those Snipes, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, I was lucky enough. I had Jack Snipe in his latter years. Still have him now. He won 9 races in total. Yeah. He won 4. I even won 2 handicaps on him, so he was that good.
Don't be modest. Don't be modest. Well, look, best of luck with that. And then that's. Are you going to Kingston Blunt, or is that you done for the?
I think Teresa just mentioned something, didn't she?
Oh, right.
So
she wouldn't give anything away.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm sure she won't resist it now.
She's got a maiden, and she wouldn't quite say whether it would work better or worse or what compared to
I won't know until Monday. I'm as in the dark as you.
Well, well done there anyway. Lovely
you.
To see you. Lovely to see you. Rob Hawker, the successful jockey after our open race, and Jimmy Snipe will be in action a bit later on. Good to know that he'll be here. He was the one who caused a big price surprise when successful at the first Bratton Down meeting. One of the many horses called this Snipe or that Snipe or the other Snipe, and we'll look forward to seeing that one in action a little bit later on. I think we've hopefully got runners and riders, have we, for the next race before we look at... here we are. The intermediate race. And the intermediate race is the Saul Kidston Exmoor Hay and Straw intermediate race, run over a distance of 3 miles for the Stanley Carter Memorial Challenge Cup. And those are our runners. 2 awesome tunes. Darren Edwards is riding that. There'll be assuming he is, I'm sure he will be, the leading rider in Devon and Cornwall later on. There'll be a presentation to him later on. He's had a couple of tumbles just recently, which just show you how tough these guys are, but some winners as well that just act as a good painkiller. 4 Brandy and Red, Joe Supple riding that. 5 Come On Joey with Paul John. 6 Cottage Rose, Jake Baymont on board there. Dancing Dave, do you remember Dancing Dave winning here at one of the earlier, I think it was the first Bratton Down, number 7 Dancing Dave, ridden by Chloe Emsley. She's got family here today cheering her on. She's going to be picking up a couple of awards later on. 9 Driftwood Pride with Connor Houlihan, who'll be picking up the regional award a bit later on, I think, the area award. 10 Faraway Star with Aaron Butterfield. Now, I think the champion point-to-point rider, we've given him a name change there, is James King on number 14, Largy Mounted. But I'm sure he'll answer to the name James Ling, as he's going to be the easy winner of the national championship, riding 14 Largy Mountain. I know that's fancied today. 16 Prince of Poets with Lucy Major, and Rien du Tout, the mount of Darren Andrews, is number 17, which gives us 10 runners for this race, scheduled to take place at about 3:10. So we've got 10 minutes until post time here. Gives us an opportunity to see some of these horses in the paddock. While we just get our cameras in position, let's bring Simon in with more betting news. I think that he is going to say that the horse that is favourite for this race is Largy Mountain. What price?
Bottle on, 1 to 2 favourite. The 2 to 1
right.
on favourite, bottle on.
So when I gave that to somebody as a tip, it wasn't the most adventurous tip I've ever given in my life.
I think the person you gave the tip to has got the best price ever, even money from Richard
he's got even
Pittard.
money,
Yes.
So let's hope that comes off. So, right, run us down the card.
Okay, Awesome Tunes is 6 to 1. Brandy in Red, 25. Come on, Joey, 10. Cottage Rose, 8. Dancing Dave, 9 to 2. Driftwood Pride, 20. Faraway Star, 20. Largy Mountain, Bottle on, 1 to 2. Hot favourite. Prince of Poets, 20. And Arenda 2, 7 to 1.
7 to 1, Rianda 2. Right, I'm going to give you a quiz question here. What links Rianda 2 with the 1977 Grand National?
I wasn't even born then, Cornelius.
No, it's one of the most famous
well, Red
things
Rum won the 1977 Grand National.
Yeah, but what was the other famous thing about the 1977 Grand National?
I don't know.
First female jockey.
Ah.
Was called Charlotte Brew. She's now called Charlotte Budd. And she trains Rianda 2. Oh, just a reminder, telephone number there for you. If you are wanting, wherever you are in the world, you can have a bet with Richard Pittard, 07711 298 746. Bear in mind, a 5-minute broadcast delay applies here today. There's Awesome Tunes. Awesome Tunes, a good horse, this. 4-time winner of UK Point-To-Point, 3 of them at Trebudannon, and once won in Ireland as well in very good style. Form this season, solid. 6th in a ladies' race at Cherrybrook, that reads okay, as does the 2nd spot behind Eric III back at Trebudannon. And didn't stay as well as some of the others when 3rd in the intermediate race at the first Bratton Down, won by Largy Mountain. So bear that in mind. But Awesome Tunes we were just looking at there. But I want to see Largy. And Largy Mountain is number 14. Let's see if we can spot him. James King will be the rider on board in just a few moments' time. I don't think they're quite all in the paddock yet, but we're going to have a look at a few of them in just a second. Well, that is Largy Mountain. That is Charlie Post, jockey, former jockey, now trainer, and the owner, as we can see, of a fantastic pair of legs. And that is Largy Mountain. And I think he heard that compliment, didn't he? And Largy Mountain running for Valerie Coburn, 7-year-old by Yates, won his last 3, in terrific form of late. And actually, look at the form figures, a 2 and then 3 1s. So the 2nd at Maysmore was boosted at Upcut because the winner that day was Twig. And in fact, he's got a penalty, £5 penalty today for beating several of these in the past. And that might not beat him today. Taken time to get his act together, but is looking pretty good now, and that is Largy Mountain. And thank you to whoever contacted me from Largy in Northern Ireland to say that they believe the horse was named after that part of the world, and that is Largy Mountain. Great shots there of number 14, Largy Mountain, which will be ridden by James King, our leading rider of this season so far. Worth having a quick glance at those numbers. James on 30 wins, Jack Andrews 16, Bradley Gibbs and Will Biddick, who's injured now, 15. And that's a fabulous performance by James King. He trains as well as rides, mainly riding, but training as well, so he's trained a few winners too. And there he is, number 14 on my favourite number board in racing, which is slightly down with faint praise because there's only one other, I think, that I ever see, maybe a few others. But those are the numbers taking part, and that is another look at Awesome Tunes coming down the track. So we've seen Awesome. What else were we keen to see? Oh, I want to see number 17, if I can, Rien du Tout. And Rien du Tout, what does that mean? Not at all, I think, doesn't it? Nothing at all, Rien du Tout. And we're just looking for that in the paddock at the moment. And it's number 17, Darren Andrews, will be riding. Jockey's just arriving in the paddock. Last horse is just arriving in the paddock as well, ahead of this third race on the card this afternoon. If you're joining us on the live stream presented by the Devon and Cornwall Point-To-Point area for the intermediate race, let me tell you that already this afternoon we have had a success in the first race of the afternoon for Dr. Rhythm, jumped round okay and won that. And then a good success for Benny's Miracle in the maiden race as well. Let's bring Donna in with her thoughts about this race as the jockeys get the leg up here, or some of them do, as we just look in the paddock for Rion de 2, which we'll see in a second. So what do you make of this one, Donna?
Well, in the preview a week ago, I fancied Largy Mountain, obviously quickly progressed for the Frannimo team, Yates sired, 7-year-old. He's done really well this season, won intermediate here in 17th of May, 7-length winner. He's already on a treble. He acts on the going.
He's on a full-timer, I think, isn't he? Because he's won his last 3.
That's right. And I like Dancing Dave for the Ed Walker team. He's won on good. Latest win was 17th of May under young Chloe Emsley, who's a good little jockey.
Yeah, he's number 7. Let's see if we can... He's just coming close to our broadcast point at the moment. Very blue colours with lighter blue hoops is that one. So what would be your selection for this race?
My selection, well, I probably may keep my fiver in my pocket, or otherwise for your fiver I would say go on Dancing Dave, and he'll run a good race for you, give you value for money, but he'll may struggle to get past the Largy Mountain. Yeah,
super, lovely. Okay. Thank you very much. There's Dancing Dave. Good shots of Dancing Dave. Chloe Emsley has had a really good season. It was lovely to bump into her parents in the car park here, who are obviously just so chuffed with how well it's gone. They've driven from somewhere in South Hampshire to be here on time today. And Chloe, who's going to be getting awards later on, has had an absolutely fantastic time. Right, Mark Dennis will catch up with some of the others in a minute. Let's hear Mark Dennis's description of the runners to the start.
Hay and Straw. The runners on their way down to start. One that went down slightly early was Ren de Toy, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, number 17, light blue with a cherry yoke. Next out is number 14, Largy Mountain, ridden by Mr. James King. Change of colours, his is black with the red striped sleeves and an old gold cap. Following this one down is number 9, that's Driftwood Pride. This is ridden by Conor Houlihan, red with a green diamond, green armlets and a green cap. Going down behind this one we see number 2, that's Awesome Tunes, ridden by Mr. Darren Edwards, red with the emerald green sleeves, halved, black cap with the red spots. Next out is Dancing Dave, number 7, ridden by Miss Chloe Emsley, navy with a light blue hoops and a blue cap. Following these down is number 10, that's Faraway Star, ridden by Aaron Butterfield, maroon with a blue disc and sleeves and a quartered cap. Then we see Brandy and Red, number 4, ridden by Mrs. Joe Supple, light blue and yellow quarters, half sleeves and a royal blue cap. Going down beside that one is number 5, that's Come On Joey, ridden by Mr. Paul John, light blue with the red stripe, red sleeves and a red cap. Following these down is number 16, Prince of Poets, ridden by Miss Lucy Major, red and blue hoops with the hoop sleeves and a green cap. And the final one to go down is number 6. That's Cottage Rose, ridden by Mr. Jake Baymont, red with the yellow star, yellow sleeves, red armlets and a yellow cap. So those are the 10 runners that go to post then for the next. This is the intermediate race. They're due away at 3:10. So about a minute until post time.
Well, clearly it'll be a few minutes before the race gets underway. Let's bring Simon in with the latest from the betting ring. What have you got to tell us?
Yeah, they've not been shy back in the odds on, Cornelius. Eyes on now, 2-5 this favourite Largy Mountain, 2-5. The only hope the bookmakers have got, there's been a little bit of money for Come On Joey, largely each way into 15-2. Did drift out to 16 at one point. Going down the card.
Please.
Right, down the card, we've got Awesome Tunes, 6-1. Brandy and Red, 4-0-40. Come on, Joey, 15-2. Cottage Rose, 1-4-14. Dancing Dave, a little bit of money for that, 5-4. Driftwood Pride, 25. Faraway Star, 4-0-40. Largy Mountain, the Hot Eyes On, 2-5 favourite. Prince of Poets, 25. And Rianda 2, 8-1.
So that is the latest from the betting ring at Bratton Down. That is the view for the spectators as they find their positions for this race. Dancing Dave there, you can see going through the picture. We had a good look at Largy Mountain a few moments ago. The rider in the Valerie Coburn colours, the blue with the gold. There's quite a bit of maroon and gold cap as well about they're rather distinguished colours actually for Largy Mountain. Ones I wanted to see if I could spot down there in the light blue with the white sleeves and the cherry cap. Just going through. I wonder whether our cameras, we're just cutting everyone's head off at the moment. But that is Rianda 2. That's lovely. And Rianda 2 is being ridden by Darren Andrews. This one came good again last time at Hunnicutt, given a well-judged ride, outpointing an opponent that's in pretty good form. That was soft, but when winning a maiden race at Cottlestone, it was good to firm for Rianda 2. So that is definitely of quite considerable interest here. Also of interest, heard Simon say that number 5, Come On Joey, was popular in the betting ring. Come On Joey, light blue with red around the colours as well, in the centre there. Come On Joey was in good form in 2019 when winning a restricted at Kilworthy and showed promise in races at Wadebridge, Cherrybrook and Umberley. Considering the runs this season were the first in 22 months at Fleet and Trebudanon, hasn't done too badly at all. And interesting, there should be a bit of money for Come On Joey here on the track. Joe Supple on Brandy and Red, that was a rider, and Cottage Rose. Cottage Rose, colours of Cottage Rose. It's Jake Bayment riding this one in the red colours with the yellow star. Quite a lot of red and yellow about the colours. There we are. And Cottage Rose, a bit disappointing at Upcut on the bank holiday when never featuring in a conditions race won by Definite Dilemma. In better form earlier in the season, notably when keeping on well for a 2-length win at the Dartmoor fixture at Fleet, the first Fleet in the restricted race. Better ground, which he encounters today, Cottage Rose, she encounters today, Cottage Rose, may just be a key. Darren Andrews could have ridden a couple of these, but he has elected instead to ride Rianda 2. Driftwood Pride, number 9, down there at the starting point. Driftwood Pride is now ridden by Conor Houlihan. I think it wasn't necessarily declared that way, but apart from that, the jockeys are pretty much as anticipated. Joe Supple, Brandy in Red, Jake Bayment at Cottage Rose, and Conor Houlihan, Driftwood Pride. Right, I think that looks like the starter's pretty much on his rostrum. They're coming forward now. Mark Dennis describes the intermediate race. Largy Mountain and James King. Strong favourites for this one.
That's a little reluctant to jump off with them, and it's just planted at the start, despite some endeavours for a lead in.
I think that counts probably as a bit of a false start, so they regroup. One of them just a bit behind the others, I think, was the problem. As you can see.
So,
Can have another go now.
the start line's been pulled back into position. Still, it doesn't look as though Prince of Poets is going to be very keen to join the rest of them on their approach to the start, just being led forward now.
So Prince of Poets
So flag is
now in the centre of horses. Lucy Major trying to get him going,
none of it. So
but it's not worked, but the others are off and running.
Lucy Major that, but he ain't going anywhere. So we're back to 9 then for this intermediate race, and they take the first of their 19 fences, and it looks as though they're all safely out over that. So up front is Awesome Tunes and Driftwood Pride. Awesome Tunes with a fractional advantage. Driftwood Pride a half length down in second, a length then back to Brandy and Red, who races on the inside of Faraway Star. 2 lengths then back to Dancing Dave as they cross fence number 2. They come to it now, and they've all sailed over that okay, and now begin their turn left-handed. So Dancing Dave right in mid-division. Come on Joey's 2 lengths in behind this, then Rune de Toy and Darren Andrews in the slipstream of those two. Largy Mountain, the odds-on favourite, 5-2 on with the bookmakers. Largy Mountain and James King, they're just settled in back marker bar 1, which is College Rose. So they make their way up into the home straight then. 2 plain fences left to take in the home straight now. Awesome Tunes and Darren Edwards. First outing of the afternoon for Darren. Just comes to it, just steadied into it. Jumped on the outside by Faraway Star and Driftwood Pride. There are now a line of 3 then as they set themselves up for the plain fence at the top end of the course. And they're all over that safely. Cottage Rose just took a little chance with it at the back under Jake Bayman, and is just a little detached by 5 or 6 lengths, and just being ridden to try and keep in touch as they head on down the back straight then. 2 plain fences downhill to take. Awesome Tunes takes them out over the first of them, and Driftwood Pride there was the one that stumbled slightly on landing. Connor Houlihan did well to sit tight and just gives him a shake of the reins to wake his ideas up. Faraway Stars up there on the outside of the leader as they cross another downhill now. And we look to have, they're all out over it safely. Cottage Rose still a little way detached from the main group, but they reach the bottom then and race up the far side. So Awesome Tunes on the inside of Faraway Star. They're about 3 lengths clear then of Driftwood Pride. Brandy and Red is next. That was the open ditch for the first time, and they're all over it safely, and now past their pointed departure and race across the side of the course then. Two plain fences to take in this part of the course. Awesome Tunes out over that okay, and Awesome Tunes a half length clear then of Faraway Star. 3 lengths then back to Brandy and Red. Come on Joey. They're 3 and 4. Dancing Dave and Rune de Toy is a little bit wider out under Darren Andrews. Largy Mountains on the heels of these two. Then Driftwood Pride, who was prominent in the early stages but has just lost position and is the back marker of the main group then as they arrive at the bottom of the home straight. In behind College Rose continues, but is coming under increasing pressure from Jake Bayman as they cross the next then, and Awesome Tunes just took a little bit of a chance with that, just jumped out to his left pretty violently. Darren Edwards sat tight. Faraway Stars up on the outside as they come to the fence in front of us then. So Awesome Tunes and Faraway Star. Brandy and Red is 3, so they're sailing over it. Come on Joey was the one that made a bit of a mess of that, hit that hard and stumbled on landing as they continue on through the top end of the course then, and they're all over that safely, but 1 or 2 did miss it in mid-division. But Awesome Tunes now set sail out into the country then for the final time in this intermediate. 3 lengths clear then of Faraway Star. Largy Mountains made stealthy progress into third now. Looks to be travelling quite sweetly under James King. Goes up onto the inside of the leader. Faraway Star on the outside. They're around about 4 lengths clear then of Rune de Toy. Another 4 lengths to Brandy and Red. Dancing Dave's under pressure from Chloe Emsley. Cottage Rose has now come back back on the bridle. So they're over the second one in the back straight and continue downhill then. So Faraway Star now with the advantage, 2 lengths clear then of Awesome Tunes. Largy Mountain is 3, Run de Toy is 4, Dancing Dave and Brandy and Red and Cottage Rose rallying now. So this is the ditch then, and Awesome Tunes jump that well. Goes on now by a length to Faraway Star. Largy Mountain and Run de Toy up on the inside. They're disputing 3 and 4. Dancing Dave is next, then Cottage Rose and Brandy and Red. 3 out then, out over. Awesome Tunes and Faraway Star. These two been vying for the lead throughout. Largy Mountain now arrives there with intent on the heels of Awesome Tunes. Run de Toy is also there into third now at the expense of Faraway Star. So 2 out then, and Awesome Tunes now tackled by Largy Mountain and James King. Awesome Tunes going to lead them into the bottom of the home straight then with a fractional advantage. Run de Toy back in third. So they race down to the final fence then in this intermediate. Awesome Tunes on the inside, out over, in the air together. Largy Mountain now shaken up by James King. Run de Toy back in 3. Faraway Star is 4, then Dancing Dave. So they're inside the final furlong and a half now. Awesome Tunes has pulled out a little bit more and has gone 2, maybe 3 lengths clear of Largy Mountain, who looks held back in second. Run de Toy is trying to run on into second now, but is held back in third. Cottage Rose has run on well from the back in fourth. Then Dancing Dave, Faraway Star, Brandy and Red be the final one to finish.
Does this every time?
Be a break the next couple of weeks.
Looked at Awesome Tunes. Buying race 2 and race 3.
Well, favourite backers were thinking, there's Largy Mountain with the gold cap, Awesome Tunes prominent, Rianta 2 is still in there. I'll tell you what, the grey horses run a smashing race as well. Aaron Butterfield's Mount Faraway Star. But Awesome Tunes, now we're coming towards the closing stages, so Awesome Tunes in front. And did you think coming down towards the last that Largy Mountain gets a couple of bits of encouragement there from James King? So we've got one of the most experienced riders in the country against this season's champion rider, and at this point, well, this is the point that Awesome Tunes now begins to really assert coming up the hill. Tell you what, you get a real good idea on that picture about how steep that is. Then Largy Mountain's coming at Awesome Tunes, but Awesome Tunes is holding on well, and as was alluded to earlier on, Darren Edwards had a couple of heavy falls of late, just over a week ago, and he admitted he wasn't feeling just fantastic. But tell you what, you'd never be able to tell it from his riding, would you? Riding as with all the vigour, all the strength, all the dash that we've come to know of Darren Edwards, and there he is with Awesome Tunes, just acknowledging someone in the crowd who's no doubt saying thank you very much, backed another of your winners, because there have been many of them, not just this season but over recent years, even in the Devon and Cornwall area. What a credit he is to the sport, particularly in this part of the world, but across the country as well. Darren Edwards. Largy Mountain just made an error struck me at a crucial moment, lost his place down the far side, but was smuggled back into the race okay. But another success, a fourth on the trot, was not to be for Largy Mountain. So Awesome Tunes is our winner. Let me just mark your card. I won't give you the full race card just yet, but mark your card on numbers for the men's open at 3:45. These are the runners 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. They're the runners in the men's open at 3:45. There are some of the other horses being unsaddled. That's Largy Mountain, if you fancied that one today. Those dark colours with the gold cap, easy to spot. That was not to be, as he was attempting to win yet another race, Largy Mountain. But there's our winner. And there's our champion rider in the Devon and Cornwall area once again. I'll tell you what, he's been such a mainstay, Darren Edwards. Champion rider in 2015, 2017, 2019 as well. There weren't any awards last time because of the COVID. And they're just confirming the result on the race course there, so Rianda 2 finishing third. But commentator spotting Cottage Rose staying on quite well for a position just after the first three. So all smiles there. And this horse, Awesome Tunes, he's an 11-year-old, he's by Milan. What a good stallion he is. Ryan Chapman trains Awesome Tunes and owns the horse as well. Loves Trebudanon. Always runs well at Trebudanon. And here's another success for him, but this time at Bratton Down. Form figures this season 6-2-3. So that sixth at Cherrybrook, that reads okay. The second was at Trebudanon behind Eric the third, who runs in our next race. And then last time, my impression was obviously wrong, in that he didn't stay as well as some of the others when third in the... Well, maybe he didn't stay as well on that occasion as some of the others in the intermediate race, won by Largy Mountain. So he's turned Largy Mountain. So he's turned the tables. Lots of smiling there, photographs being taken. Tell you what, it's extraordinary. The good news for people who are actually here at Bratton Down is that the blue sky that we could see was sort of all over a coastal area over to our north and west. But the very large dark cloud that has been mainly obscuring the sun during the afternoon does appear to be moving slightly towards, towards South Molton and Exeter and Taunton and places like that. Right, let's confirm that result then. Expensive for one or two because it's number 2, Awesome Tunes, the winner at 9-2, beating number 14, Largy Mountain, the 2-1 on favourite. And third was number 7, Rianda 2 with Darren Andrews at 8-1. 2 lengths and 14 the distance is. That was the intermediate race supported by Sol Kidston, Exmoor, Hay and Straw. And shortly the Stanley Carter Memorial Challenge Cup will be presented in that area that you see in the centre of your screen at the moment. And I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to reflect quickly on that result, because Awesome Tunes is owned and trained by Ryan Chapman, who's here now. Come nice and close to our mic, Ryan. Well done you.
Thank you very much.
And this is well deserved, because this horse is a proper fun horse.
He's a proper family horse.
Yeah.
Anybody rides him in the yard. He's a Christian of a horse, really. And he canted on the beach at 7 o'clock yesterday morning, and he felt fresh, so we thought we'd bring him here today and, have a bit of fun.
So you were early enough to be able to avoid the day trippers then?
Yeah, just. There's a few coming off the beach.
Did you get a few funny looks?
Oh, yeah, every day, but that's it. We have a lot of fun.
So what happens on the beach? How far would he go on the beach?
Mainly we just do interval training on the beach, because it's a small beach and it's probably a third of a mile across.
So where is this?
At Morganporth, between Newquay and Padstow, in between the two. So we do interval training, and then we go to Bodmin Moor to train, and then also Jackie Duplessis allows us to use her all-weather once a week, so we mix it up a bit. It's ideal for an older horse like him. I'm just imagining the beach. There are lots of people building sand castles, enjoying themselves on the beach today. Little do they know where they are. Exactly. So and he loves Trebudanon, doesn't he? He loves Trebudanon. Yeah. His previous owner, Ross Oliver, was a good patron to Trebudanon. Used to aim to win the members there every year, so he'd buy a horse to win the members, and then Ross, our next door neighbour, and then he offered him to us last year, and he said, do you want Elvis to have a bit of fun with? And I said, yeah, I'll have him to hunt. And so what do you call him? Elvis. Awesome Tunes. Very good. And so we had a bit of a deal, and Ross will be delighted that he won here today. So, he hasn't won his intermediate because basically he was aimed at them hunt races every year. So and I was just, when he ran here the other day,
the Largy Mountain outstayed him probably, didn't he? But he's turned the tables today.
He has to have it good to firm.
Right.
He loves to hear that. He's a bit of a character. He doesn't eat much. He picks away his food, but he's got to have it good to firm.
Right.
So that's what we just wait for, really.
So I'm loving this. He's called Elvis. He spends some of his time on a beach.
Yeah.
He doesn't. Did you say he's a good eater or a bad?
He's a very bad eater.
Right.
So this week he's on endurance nuts.
Last
week it was on veteran donkey nuts. You have to mix it up, tease him. If you give him straight racehorse cubes, he'll waste it all over the floor.
So if he was a human, he'd be some kind of sort of teenager that doesn't like...
And he carries me every day on the beach, so
were you on the beach yesterday
I ride him myself, and I'm a bit heavy, but Did
you go into the waves as well?
We go right up to the top. I wear Wellington boots, and we go to the top of the Wellington boots.
But that seawater, that's great for them.
Yeah,
isn't it?
especially his old joints. He's had a bit of racing, and he really enjoys it. So.
I'm looking at the expression on your face. You're absolutely...
Oh, absolutely delighted.
Yeah.
I hunt him, whipped in off him. And,
really?
we use him to lead the youngsters and the breakers off. And my missus said to me, you can run him once more. And I said, like this was before today.
Yeah.
And I said, we'll see what he's like on that. See what he's like at Bratton Down, then we'll make a decision. So,
right.
Yeah, because he's a bit of a family pet. So.
So you all love him, or love Elvis.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I think you can play some awesome tunes as well on the way home, can't you? To celebrate.
We'll play a bit of that. Yeah.
So how old is he now?
He's 11.
11. So will he be back next season?
We'll see how he goes. We'll hunt him away, and then just probably bring him out for the better ground, really.
Yeah.
Your Brattons, your Upcuts. Trebbie-Dannon.
Yeah. Excellent.
So,
well done to all of you, and great way to round off the season.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Have some awesome tunes. That's lovely to hear from Ryan Chapman after that. So I am loving that thought of those people building their sandcastles on the beach today, and maybe sending their children off to the ice cream van. And yesterday morning, before anyone arrived, there was Ryan on the beach with Elvis with awesome tunes, just putting the final moments of action onto the horse. Was it Ryan's birthday today?
Yes.
Oh yes, yesterday was it? But anyway, happy birthday to Ryan as well for whenever that was. Right, that pretty much sorts out. We've sorted the result out for you, haven't we? We'll perhaps have a bit more fallout from that race in a few moments' time. But a good success from Awesome Tunes, who really wants this good to firm ground, and he can indeed be awesome on this type of ground. And adding Bratton Down to the list of racecourses where he's been successful. Can we have a look at our graphic, which gives us the runners and riders for the Men's Open, which is our next race this afternoon? There we are. So those are our runners. So Eric III, who beat Awesome Tunes at Trebbie-Dannon, he's number 5. He's the top one on our list. Jake Baymont is riding Eric today. Imogen's Thunder, who I have to say has been in fabulous form just recently. Charlie Sprake on board that. 8, Kilronan Castle, once upon a time with Donald McCain. Jack Vasey rides that. Number 9, Los Alamos, must be one of only very, very few horses by Galileo in action in point-to-points. Galileo didn't win the Epsom Derby yesterday, though he did sire the stallion that did win the race, but he could win the Men's Open race today with Los Alamos. 10, Mixed Boy with Tom Dixon. Tommy O'Brien on number 11, Namarco. 11, Namarco, Tommy O'Brien. 12, Phoenix Rock, Josh Barber. 13, River Myth is back, Darren Andrews riding. Silver Grove, Long Distance Traveller. Nice to see the Smith-Maxwell, extended Smith-Maxwell family here. 14, Silver Grove with John Smith-Maxwell riding. And 16, Tree Sparrow, Rob Hawker looking for his second win of the afternoon. So that leaves you with 10 runners for the Men's Open here at the Tiverton Staghounds fixture at Bratton Down 3, the third of 3 point-to-point fixtures that take place at Bratton Down. Unfortunately, the timings haven't worked as well as they can do some years, because the second Bratton Down had to be postponed for a few days. But they've all taken place, and it's a credit to all of the organisers here at Bratton Down, and indeed the organisers of point-to-pointing in Devon and Cornwall. The Bratton Down fixtures, just like the Upcut fixtures, just like the Fleet fixtures, just like Cherrybrook as well and Trebudanon, and earlier in the season Wadebridge and Ottery St Mary have all taken place this year. We're going to hear from the winning jockey Darren Edwards in just a second. He's just joining us now to... he's not dancing to any awesome tunes just at the moment, but he may be later on. Well done, Darren. That was great. Lovely to see the horse. Ryan's been telling us a lovely story about, on the beach yesterday morning, putting those final touches, and what a good job they've done.
Yeah, not many people train further west than Ryan does. He's right down there. I think he's been disrupted by the G7 events this week.
I suppose he would have done. Yes.
He lives right near to Newquay Airport, so but he does a fantastic job with a small team. Him and Carly do a brilliant job down there, and like you say, they take them to the beach and do all sorts. And to be honest, it's 2 hours down the road from here, so fair play to him to track the horses where he does and gets results.
Amazing what beaches can do. Christian Williams winning all those races off the beach, Red Rum off the beach. The surface on the beach and the waves particularly, I think, do them a lot of good, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's variety for the horses, and there's distractions, so they're sort of probably, I don't know, but they're probably working without realising it,
Yeah.
So and great, long stretches to canter on and stuff like that. So it's great.
And the horse turned the tables on Largy Mountain from the last time. I suppose there was a bit more weight for Largy Mountain to carry, but Ryan saying the good to firm going was the key.
Yeah, I think there was a few things that sort of shifted in our favour today. The £5 weight difference obviously helped. The better ground certainly helped my horse. I did just see James. He said his made quite a bad mistake at the ditch, and then I'm not sure that one's breathing. Is that great? And he said it just caught him out. But when I saw his head come up next to me, just landing over 2 out, I thought, well, he's probably there sort of cantering along like he was the last day here. But in actual fact, fair play to my horse. He really stuck to his guns up the hill, and it's only the second time I've ridden him, so I learnt a lot from him the last day and made it count today. So.
Considering he's excelled at Trebudanon, which is pretty flat, he's actually gobbled up the hill here, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I think over the years this track has probably become a shorter runner's track. It used to be probably more of a test of stamina, but we raced around there in 5:45, so you could say it might not even be 3 miles, but it's certainly a sharp track. That horse likes to go left-handed. He hugs the bales on the bend, gains a lot of ground, and you can his jumping's good, so you just fill him up as you go along.
And what about you? Dare I say you're looking a lot smarter today than you did over the bank holiday when you'd had a couple of pretty heavy tumbles. Are you 100% again?
I'm definitely not 100%, but I'm better than I was. I had 2 heavy falls here last Saturday. Questionable whether I should have ridden on Monday, but I took a lot of drugs.
You weren't a great colour, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, to be honest, I was sick as a dog on Monday after racing through till Tuesday lunchtime, because a combination of pain and painkillers, I think, was didn't do me any good.
You feel better now, though?
I feel a lot better now, and hopefully, there's no more racing for a minute or two now, so I'll be.
How many more have you got today?
Better. No, done. Just the one today. So
I think they might have something for you later on in the day. It looks like. 4th time that you'll have been the top dog in Devon and Cornwall.
Yeah, no, it's a shame that Will had the injury a few weeks back, and because he and I normally fight it out. Connor Houlihan, young lad's done fantastically well this season, and best of luck to him trying to win the sort of National Novice Championship. But yeah, it's great fun. There's a good bunch of lads riding, and it's just nice to keep the younger ones in their place.
How long have you done it for now, if you don't mind me asking?
Too long, I think. My first season was the foot and mouth season, and
2001?
Yeah, and so the last 2 seasons with the COVID, so it's not. But best part of 20 years, which I shan't be going for too much longer, but just enjoy it while we're still going.
Keep going a bit longer. I love the way a couple of people were crying, shouting out from the crowd. Well done, Darren. We backed another of your winners.
Yeah. It's just a challenge to juggle all the balls that one has to juggle in life with office job through the week, and this is just my playtime really. So, thoroughly enjoy
back
it
next season.
Hopefully, hopefully.
I thought for one moment you were clearing your throat to say.
I'm hoping to, and just we'll get through the summer, and Dad's got a horse to run on through the summer, and if I can keep light enough, maybe I'll ride him a bit. But yeah, otherwise we'll pack everything away now until the autumn.
And you're sponsored by, you work for your sponsor?
Yeah, Fisher German. So we've got an office in Exeter now, which is partly why I'm back in the West Country.
They're pretty good to you. They obviously they sponsor you, but presumably you do have to creep out of the office on the odd day when they might like to see you.
Yeah, so I've been with Fisher German 15 years now. I've been based in the Midlands for all of that 15 years, and just about 6 weeks ago moved back to the West Country to help grow our office in Exeter, which we opened in the autumn. But yeah, we've got 600 people in our business. We've got I'm one of about 59 partners. So it's a good company, and they're very supportive of me, and good lot to work for.
What a perfect life. Good lot to work for. And you can creep away and ride on the sun on a sunny day like this.
Nearly as good as being a presenter.
Yeah, off you go now. Well, you're rather a good presenter, as we've seen a couple of times this year. But anyway, congratulations on the win and the championship as well. Lovely to see Darren Edwards here this afternoon. Right, I think we've got horses in the paddock, so we probably want to see whether we can move our cameras to a position where we can pick up some of these, and we'll hear from Simon as well, who's our betting man. Let's bring Simon in with some odds on our next race. And so we've got coming up the Men's Open, and I've just been asked. Somebody just sent me a note saying, say very kindly to Simon, can he just pause slightly more between each one so we can write them all down.
No problem.
So that's I love a bit of feedback.
Yes, absolutely.
That's good, constructive feedback.
Absolutely.
So what have we got from the betting ring here?
Well, the first thing to tell you is that Los Alamos is the 11-10. That's tips against favourite 11-10 Los Alamos, but Eric.
So that's number 9.
Number 9, yeah. Somebody obviously wants Eric the Third to be Eric the First because he's been back from 8-1 into 4-1. So that's number 5, Eric the Third. The gamble of the race so far. Imogen's Thunder, 5-1. Kilrowan Castle, 25-1. Los Alamos, still the hot 11-10 favourite. Mixed Boy, 12-1. Namako, 14-1. Phoenix Rock, 8-1. The one they don't want at the moment, River Myth, 5-2, 8-7-2. Silver Grove, 9-1, and Tree Sparrow, 12-1.
And the lady who contacted me will be really chuffed that, so she'll have written those all down. I didn't write down Tree Sparrow. What price is Tree Sparrow at the bottom?
Tree Sparrow, 12-1.
12-1. Super. Thanks to Simon. He'll be back again in a moment. Horses in the paddock. So let's just see. There is in the paddock number 10, Mixed Boy. It's number 9, who I'm really keen to have a look at when we can see Los Alamos. While we're waiting, let's bring Donna in actually to mark our card. So that everything's frozen, but it's unfrozen. That's good. Super. So, Donna, we've got a very, very strong favourite here in Los Alamos, and Los Alamos, no big surprise, obviously has been in cracking form.
He has a Galileo sired gelding from the Luke Price team. James King on board. I think he will be a hard one to beat, although today so far I think I've kept hitting the crossbar with my tips. I also like Eric the Third, consistent second.
Very well backed, you know.
Yes.
Have you been telling everybody?
No. With Jake Bayman on board now, I'm just hoping the ground's not too quick for him, but I think he'll run a sound race. So
he's been a busy boy, hasn't he?
He has, from the John Head team. So I do like him, and I think that after his second at Upcut Cross, he will go well. So I would say between the two, but then again, if you wanted me to put your 5 on...
Yeah, go on.
Los Alamos.
Los Alamos.
Okay.
So let's thanks very much to Donna. So let's see if we can find number 9, Los Alamos again. He's a real credit to Luke Price, qualified with the Cotswold Farmers, racing in the Jason Warner colours, and Jason's had an absolutely magnificent season as an owner. And he set out his stall, plenty of runners, trained some himself, others trained some for him as well. And there's Los Alamos. Los Alamos just getting the leg up, being from Jason, I think, James King. And James looking for his 30th winner of the season. If marriage doesn't count, then he's a nephew of Jason Warner. And Los Alamos, 3 point-to-point wins after a big break. 1-2, both opens. The PU in the middle could have been down to feeling the effects of pretty tiring conditions when winning at Trevi-Dannon. Clearly strong form to concede £7 and easily beat River Myth at the last Bratton fixture 8 days ago. Used to be trained by Joseph O'Brien. That's adds to the Galileo connection. Won a bumper in a maiden hurdle race for him. His half-brother, Los Alamos, won the Grand Prix de Paris on the flat Group 1. So, yeah, Los Alamos, a lot of interest in that one. Let's hear Mark describe them to the start.
Following this one down is number 8, Kilronan Castle, ridden by Mr. Jack Vasey, yellow with a dark blue hoop. Also going down is River Myth, number 13, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, a red with the blue diamonds and a red cap. Then we're going to see Imogen's Thunder, number 7, ridden by Charlie Sprake, dark blue with the light blue hoops. Following that one out is number 11, that's Nameko, ridden by Mr. Tommy O'Brien, purple with the yellow sleeves and a star on the cap. Following this one down is number 5, that's Eric the Third, and that's red with the, sorry, change of colours here, this is maroon with the yellow hoops and a maroon cap. In behind that one comes Phoenix Rock, ridden by Mr. Josh Barber, royal blue with the white seams, half sleeves and a royal blue cap with a white star. And the final one out to go down is number 14, Silver Grove, ridden by Mr. John Smith Maxwell, royal blue with the cerise hoop and a black cap. Sorry, I forgot Mixed Boy, which is number 10. Ridden by Mr. Tom Dixon, green and black stripes with a green cap and a black star. So those are the 10 runners that go to post then for the men's open race. They're due away at 3:45. So we're just right on post time now.
So, horses making their way towards the starting point. Just heard that Skylander, who's been one of my absolute favourite horses of this season in Devon and Cornwall, will be venturing out of the southwest of England next weekend, going to Kingston Blunt for the final meeting of the season. And Skylander and Otis Morgan and the Morgan family have been one of the real stars of this year. So, as we see the horses gradually have a look at that fence, Los Alamos continues to be a strong favourite here. Eric the Third is Eric the Third. Jake Beaumont in the red and purple diamonds. Pretty similar colours, aren't they, to Los Alamos? But Eric the Third, look at him. He's been busy. Trained by John Hurd, owned by John Hurd. Has had a busy and generally good season going back to their first day at Ottery, way back at the end of October. The 4th place in the men's open at Cherrybrook was creditable. 1 at Trevi-Dannon. Bit disappointed the time before last over the course and distance. But then another good race at Upcut over the bank holiday. Eric the Third and Jake Beaumont down there. Now, the reason that Jake rides is because that horse might have been ridden by Darren Andrews, but Darren is on number 13, River Myth. Now, River Myth is a great favourite of many. She's a 10-year-old, more red and blue colours. I tell you what, I hope our commentator is being eagle-eyed. She's in the centre of all the action there. She's a 10-year-old. Stuart Sampson trains, qualified with this hunt, the Tiverton Staghounds, and she's the winner of 10 races. Pretty much always on ground that it hasn't been too soft or testing. So be interesting to see this good to firm ground today. Should really suit her. She was quite considerably eased when her chance had gone behind Los Alamos at the last Bratton. Previously it was pretty plain sailing against the redoubtable Honest Deed at Upcut in a mixed open when leading or right up there throughout. Good jumper when she's on song, River Myth, which is most of the time. She's a great jumper. Let's get some more betting for you. Simon is here with What's Los Alamos doing in the betting? Well, I'm not surprised.
Very tight too when I left. So that's
3 to 1.
Yeah, that was tight. You'd be lucky to get that.
And
now,
you said there was a bit of money around for Eric III.
Yes, Eric III was 8 into 4, bounced back about to 6. Imogen's is 3, as we said.
And River Myth, you said, was quite easy to back.
River Myth still is 4 to 1 though. Opened at 5 to 2.
Excellent, excellent. Well, they're all down at the start. Thanks to Simon for that latest. Let's just see if we can spot Imogen's Thunder down there. Dark blue and light blue colours. The dark blue cap just going across the picture towards the right-hand side of your screen. Imogen's Thunder is a horse that I, for one, have been inclined to underestimate. Was a bit fortunate to... best run probably was when narrowly beaten runner-up by Know the Score in the mixed open at the first Bratton, though the winner was always holding on. Basically, the runner-up cut when winning looked a bit fortunate at the time because of late fallers, but actually last time that second place just showed that the horse is in pretty good order at the moment. Races for Mary Tory, qualified with the South Dorset, running the colours of Wendy Jarrett, Imogen's Thunder, and yeah, I'm not surprised there's a little bit of money around for that one. He's actually won 5 races in all. That upcut race was what was a little fortunate at the time because of late fallers, but the horse is clearly in pretty good shape at the moment. Imogen's Thunder, number 7. Lovely sunny afternoon. The cloud cover that we talked about earlier on has just moved away, so I think we're getting the same weather that holiday makers on the beaches of North Devon are getting as well. Good to firm going for this afternoon as the starter raises his flag. Los Alamos, our favourite here. Can that one confirm recent form with River Myth? But 2 or 3 others, Eric III being supported as well, and Imogen's Thunder. Here we go.
Then for this men's open race. And heading towards the first of the 19 fences, Imogen's Thunder on the inside, just with the advantage. Takes that about a half length clear then of Eric III in second. Kilronan Castle's also up there on the outside, disputing second now. Goes up and may well be disputing the lead. And these 3 are a couple of lengths clear then of Tree Sparrow. Races on the outside of Phoenix Rock. As they cross fence number 2 then. They're all over that safely. Mixed Boy is the grey that is the back marker in the very early stages as they take the turn then and race into the home straight and almost towards fence number 3. So Imogen's Thunder on the inside of Eric III. Kilronan Castle a little bit wider out. Phoenix Rock is the blue colours in 4th. Following that one through is Los Alamos on the inside of Silver Grove and Tree Sparrow. River Myth is in behind these a little bit wider out under Darren Andrews as they take this plain fence in front of us then. Leaders all jump that well and the rest sweep out over it and they jump that pretty good and continue on then to this plain fence at the top of the home straight. And again they've all jumped that okay and now race left-handed and be prepared to head out into the country for the first time. So Imogen's Thunder by a length, Kilronan Castle and Eric III, they're 2 and 3. Two more lengths then back to Phoenix Rock as they take the first of the downhills and they're all over those safely. And Mixed Boy continues as the back marker, around about 15 lengths off the leader as they make their way on down to another plain fence then. And they're at it now, and it looks as though they're all over that safely. And continue it down over the hill then into the dip. And then they'll be heading up to the open ditch for the first time. So Imogen's Thunder, Eric III, Phoenix Rock's improved. And disputes third now from Kilronan Castle on the outside, sorry. So they've crossed the ditch then. And Nameko now has just been relegated to the back marker spot as they pass their point of departure then. and race on up the side of the course. So Imogen Thunder and Eric III come to it now. Silver Grove has made progress up on the inside of River Myth. These two dispute 4th and 5th. Phoenix Rock's also right up the inside. Kilcronan Castle's lost a place or 2 and races on the outside of Los Alamos, right in mid-division. Tree Sparrow follows these through on the outside of Mixed Boy, and Nameko, the back marker, but only by about a half length as they begin the turn then and race left-handed to come into the home straight. And they line up now. What'll be the final fence in the circuit's time. So Eric III with a fractional lead from Imogen Thunder. Phoenix Rock and Los Alamos, they are on the inside. On the outside we've got Silver Grove and River Myth as they race up then to take this fence right in front of us now. Imogen Thunder and Eric III. Eric III just now goes on by a half length. Nameko was the one that gave the guardrail a bit of grief at that time, and now just being ridden at the back by Tommy O'Brien as they take the fence. They've taken the fence at the top of the home straight and all the way for it well, and now head out into the country for the final time then in this men's open race. And they head down to the first of the 2 downhill fences. Imogen Thunder and Eric III. Silver Grove is 3. River Myth on that one's outside. Phoenix Rock in 5. And a gap of about 2 lengths then back to Los Alamos, the odds-on favourite under James King. Mixed Boy on that one's outside. Tree Sparrow is next. Then Kilronan Castle's just becoming a little detached from the main group, as is Nameko. So they're down into the dip then, and now tracking up the far side and on towards the open ditch for the final time. Imogen Thunder and Eric III, where they've been throughout, dictating the pace. So this is a ditch then, and River Myth now jumps up on the outside of Eric III to go up and dispute the lead now. Right round the outside, River Myth with his stablemate Eric III. Imogen Thunder back on the inside. Mixed Boy is now improved into 4th. Los Alamos is next, and Silver Grove and Phoenix Rock. They're 3 lengths clear then of Tree Sparrow. Kilronan Castle and Nameko are out with the washing. So they race now down towards the second last then, and things bubbling up nicely up front. Eric III still with the lead under Jake Bimman. Saw a real good stride there, jumped it really well. River Myth on his outside. Imogen Thunder now being taken by Los Alamos on his outside. That's the front rank of 4 then. Mixed Boys running on in behind this. So they race then to the final fence then, plenty in with it, chances. Eric III in the centre. Los Alamos being produced on the inside, and River Myth on the outside. They're clear then of Imogen Thunder and Mixed Boy, but Los Alamos now with the advantage. Goes a half length clear though. Eric III and River Myth, these 2 game as they try and close in on the leader. So Los Alamos leads the charge down towards the line. River Myth, Eric III, then Imogen Thunder. Tree Sparrow is next. In behind this, Mixed Boy, Phoenix Rock and Silver Grove will look back. Kilronan Castle will be the final one to finish.
So let's have a look at the replay. What a cracker. There's the eventual winner, Los Alamos, in 4th place. Imogen Thunder 3rd, as Eric III leads over that one from, and she's run another great race, hasn't she, River Myth, who's kept on. So they come down to the closing stages. There was a lot of red in terms of the colours coming to it, wasn't it? River Myth on the outside of Eric III, and Los Alamos on the inside, just being produced by the champion point-to-point rider. Slap of the whip there, and just begins to assert as they meet that particularly steep part of the rising ground, which takes us from the last fence at Bratton Down to the finish. Eric the Third keeps on, River Myth keeps on. They get reasonably close together, but that's the point that James King has grabbed the initiative to go on and win this race and again beat River Myth, who's run a much better race than the other day here at Bratton, with Eric in third place. Mixed Boy has run okay, I think, probably as well. Imogen's Thunder not able to, in this pretty strong company, to follow up a couple of decent, or particularly a decent run last time. So that is our winner, Los Alamos, an 8-year-old by Galileo. Galileo had a few runners in the Derby yesterday, but they didn't, or had representation in the Derby yesterday, but that didn't work out. But his son Frankel obviously sired the winner of the Derby yesterday. But Galileo, I'm sure at Coolmore Stud they'll be looking proudly across the Irish Sea and saying, there was success for one of our... No, they won't, will they? But joking aside, Los Alamos is a horse that wasn't going to make the grade quite under rules, presumably. And this horse, half-brother to the Group 1 winner Montmartre, won the Grand Prix de Paris and is in smashing form in terms of point-to-points at the moment, Los Alamos. Form figures of 1P11, and has had a magic season, as has his trainer Luke Price, who'll be an award winner, I guess, at the end of the season. Well, it might be tight, but for the seven horses or less category. Jason Warner, a magnificent season, and his support for point-to-point racing in the Midlands and the southwest of England in particular is so appreciated. And James King. And the story of this season, he's quite modest, James King. He doesn't really like, I think he'd rather let the horses do the talking than talk himself some of the time. But he has had a magnificent season, and it cannot be underestimated what he's achieved. You can just see him looking over the horse. And the fact is, he's a giant compared to a lot of people. Well, he's tall. But people have been saying to me for years, that James King, he's a great person, etc., and he's a good rider, but it won't go on that long because he's a biggish fella. But it's been going on a few years now, and his dedication, his hard work has certainly paid off this season. He's on 30. Is he on 30 wins now? No, 31, isn't he? He's on 31 now. Apologies, I know members of his family will be watching on. So 31 wins now for James, and what a terrific season he has had. Plenty of water being thrown around here at Bratton Down, a warm, sunny-ish afternoon here, and that's the winner of the Men's Open. So let's have a look at the result in full on that one as photographs are taken. So the Men's Open race at the Tiverton Staghounds fixture at Bratton Down 3, won by number 9. Los Alamos returned at even money favourite in the end. Second, number 13, River Myth, she was 4-1. And third was number 5, Eric the Third, at 6-1. Distances 2.5 and 1.5. Time there 5 minutes 43 seconds. And I must say, those 3 horses that have filled the first 3 places have been an absolute credit to themselves and their trainers, owners, stable staff, riders as well. Los Alamos, that was... Oh, can I have that caption back for a second? Los Alamos with his third win. River Myth, who's had a terrific year as well for Stuart Sampson, with plenty of ones, 1 or 2 blips as well, but plenty of ones in her form. And Eric the Third has danced every dance practically, and has run another fine race. So really delighted to see them filling the first 3 places at the Men's Open at the last fixture here in Devon and Cornwall of the season. Thank you. You may take the caption away now. I'm going to give a name credit to Aaron, who's in charge of our captions, and who has to try and second guess what I'm thinking. Well, here's a smiling face, and I'm not surprised. I'm just going to adjust your microphone in the correct direction. But here's a smiling face in Jason Warner.
Thank you very much.
Well done. I was just saying that not just Los Alamos, but the second and the third there, River Myth and Eric the Third, they've all been credits to all of you who own these horses, train these horses, the riders, the stable staff, etc.
They're proper horses, aren't they? And
aren't
proper
they just?
point-to-pointers. They've provided everybody here who I hope's had a lovely time with the sunshine and the lovely crowd and the organisers with a super race for the men's open, which, you know, it's a men's open. It was a good race. They went a good gallop, and
Your nephew there, he was you could always spot him. There was Eric up there was River Myth, but James just, I'll tell you what he looks like, even during the race, he sort of almost exudes that we know he's going to be the champion jockey. And this season, you can almost feel watch the confidence coming off him.
James has always been an excellent jockey, but like you say, the confidence this year has exuded. You know, he puts horses in places in races where you don't think they can win, and actually they come out of the race not having had a hard race, but having won, which is class, really, isn't it?
And tremendous battle up the hill, though.
Yes.
He was always just getting the better of it, wasn't he?
I think he was. He's quite a classy horse. I mean, he's a Galileo. He jolly well should be.
I was just musing at Coolmore. Do you think they're looking across the Irish Sea and saying, "Oh, there's another"? And we haven't won many men's open at Bratton Down in the past.
I somehow doubt it. I expect they're slightly worried about yesterday's result at Epsom, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And they did, after all, sire the sire of the winner.
Yes. So they haven't lost.
And what about you? You know, is that your 14th winner of the season?
I think it's the 14th of the season.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we just had a great time, and thanks to everybody, to James, who's trained 5 or 6 winners,
Luke
who's trained, who's now going to be leading trainer with less than 7 horses. My daughters at home and the girls at home, who we've had horses, and we've got them, and I think we are winding down a bit. We've got one more meeting next week. We'll probably run a couple at Kingston Blunt.
So Thumbstone?
Depending on the ground.
So is that why he's not running here today?
Yes, yeah, depending on the ground.
Because people would love to see him, especially on the last day, and you've got your great rival.
Yes, I'd love to run him, and James is very keen to run him, but it's just purely on the ground. He's a good horse, and we think quite a bit of him, and hopefully next year he might be a Dudley Cup horse. That's the plan with him next year.
So the ground-wise, good ground is okay?
Good ground, really,
but
yes,
good firms.
ground. I mean, James will walk it and
did you bring the horse down here today, or did you just know that Thumbstone?
We had somebody walk the course this morning very early, and we didn't set off with the horse.
Excellent.
But there we are.
Final thought, just sum up for us, because there's a presentation for you. Sum up why and what makes you you invest so much, obviously money, but also time and just sort of energy into these point-to-points.
From our point of view, it's good fun. And that's what point-to-point should be. It's good fun. It's a lovely day out. The family come, anybody can come. It's a fun day out for everybody. It's relatively cheap. It might not be cheap to have horses running point-to-pointing, but it's quite a lot cheaper than having them under rules. And you can be so much more involved with them. You know, you can actually go and see your horse and pat it and give it a polo and do things that you can't do when you've got horses under rules.
Yeah. Well, brilliant season. Well done to you. Well done to your trainers. Well done to James as well.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll have a word with his father and congratulate him.
Well, funny enough, if he hasn't rung while you're talking, it will be a first. But super. Have you got anything else today?
Finley's Eyes in the restricted.
Towards the end of the day.
Yes.
Yeah. Super. Well, best of luck with that one as well.
Thank you very much.
And well done for the whole season.
Thank you, Cornelius.
Great.
Thank
Super.
you.
Lovely to see Jason Warner down here at Bratton Down today. Just checking my phone, see if James's father. No, this is a first. Normally he's in touch to shout some form of abuse. James King has his father is Andrew King, who for a long time was a stalwart of the Racing Post newspaper. And I sat next to him in goodness knows how many media centres over the years. He had the odd day when he didn't grumble about something, but top man at the Racing Post for many years, and really enjoying cheering Andrew on, cheering Jason on and everyone else with these horses this season. Right, horses in the paddock for this next race. Have we done the runners and riders for... No. Aaron, the caption man, won't like it if we don't use his beautifully put together caption here as the horses. There we are. This is the Ladies Open coming up here. The Greenslade Taylor Hunt Ladies Open. And this one is again run over a distance of 3 miles for the Mr. and Mrs. Stafford Babbage Cup to the winning rider. And here are our runners and riders for this one. 1 Bank Hall. Tanisha Little riding that. 3 Desert Row, qualified with the Llangano Penturk Hunt, and Harriet Tudor rides Desert Road number 3. Number 9 is Jungle Legend with Jessica Stewart. And this one qualified with the Monmouthshire Hunt. So big Welsh connection to the Ladies Open here today. Jungle Legend with Jessica Stewart. Then we've got Marla Style. I quite fancy Marla Style. Ellie Ortwell is riding that for Alan Walter, qualified with the Taunton Vale Harriers. Moscow Prices. Moscow's back. And Moscow and Lucy Major were successful here the other day. What else we got? Purple and Gold, just coming to the boil, Purple and Gold. Same with, and that's written by Emma Watson. Same with Quinto and Hollyann Drown, number 16, 17, Stage 1. Georgie Benson, lovely to see her down here in Devon with Stage 1. And lovely to see Major Mickle right as well here with Theatre Evening. And there's another recent winner here at Bratton Down, the 11-year-old What's His Name, being ridden by Megan Bevan. So that is the situation as far as the runners and riders are concerned. There's Moscow Prices. Good old Moscow. He's an 11-year-old by Alflora, qualified with the Mendip Farmers. Lucky him, lovely part of the world. And showed a pretty taking turn of acceleration to win his second race of the season after a convincing win at Cottlestone in April over the course and distance on the 29th of May, when Marla Style finished third. In total, Moscow Prices has won 9 races, plenty of decent efforts in between as well, and he is a credit to the extended Major family, owned by the trainer and Kim Tripp. There's What's His Name. Another one credit to a family, the Gould family. Again, qualified with the Mendip Farmers. What's His Name? 11-year-old by Fruits of Love. Relished 3 miles in a conditions race over the course and distance on May the 17th. Holding off Skylander, and Skylander put it up to What's His Name, but What's His Name came off on top. Followed up a good staying effort in second place over 2.5 miles in a similar race at the second Fleet fixture, and pulled up. There you see the P in the form, pulled up after showing up for a long way at Cottlestone in April. This horse won for the Goulds, went off to Harry Fry, and has been back with the Goulds since April. And What's His Name will, I imagine, have quite a decent position in the betting when we hear, as if by magic, right on cue, Simon Knott joins us to have a look. I'll tell you what, Simon, just give us the top of the betting, because there's someone even more important than you to talk to.
Okay, even money, Moscow Prices, and 2-1, What's His Name? Betting revolves around those two.
That revolves around those two as we bring in someone even more important than you, Simon, and that is James King. Champion jockey of the season, and what was that, 31 you've just got to?
Yeah, 31. It's been an amazing time, and well, I can't thank everyone enough for giving me the opportunity to ride these horses, and also to the hunts and the landowners for allowing us to race around their fields. It's a very stop-start initially, but it's great that we get going now, and it's nearly back to normal on a day like this, and it's a sunny day at Bratton Down with a large crowd and competitive racing, so it's great.
It reminds us, Mr. and Mrs. Hill, who own the ground here at Bratton Down, thanks very much to them for allowing 3 point-to-points here during the season. Your uncle Jason Warner was talking about your confidence. You can almost see. I know you're going to sort of give me a sort of don't be silly type smile now when I say this, but you can almost see you riding in races and just seeing you conduct yourself, seeing so much more confident about life at the moment.
Well, it's a sort of weight off your shoulders. I'm obviously 15 clear now, so I don't have to worry about things. I can just enjoy it, but. Like I said, I wouldn't be where I am now without people like Jason putting me out week in, week out, Fran and Charlie and everyone else, all the small cogs in the big wheel which put me up. And no, without them I wouldn't be here, so no, huge thanks to them all.
And Jason was paying tribute to you. One has to pay tribute to Jason, that he's invested all this time and effort and money, and he's the leading owner as well.
Yeah, no, he's a great supporter of point-to-pointing. He's the secretary of the Cotswold Vale Point-to-Point, so he's... No, he lives and breathes it, really. He knows all the hard work which goes into it, and also hats off to him. I mean, he's probably had a dozen horses in training all year round. Through the 2 lockdowns we've had to, well, actually the 3 lockdowns, he's kept them on the go, and he puts a lot of money in, but he's getting a lot out of it now, so I think it's huge credit to him.
And how do you find, you've ridden 31 winners, you've also trained 5.
Yeah.
So compare and contrast training these horses and riding these horses.
To be honest, it's been amazing, the training side of things. I've had 8 runners, 5 winners in my name. and it's easy turning up riding the horse, but you just don't appreciate how much hard work goes into it. But day in, day out, I mean, I've had those horses from the end of August, beginning of September, and it's a lot of hard work goes into it, feeding them, riding, exercising, keeping them healthy.
Do you do a lot of it yourself?
I do it all myself. People feed them in the mornings for me because I'm busy at Ollie Murphy's, so the girls feed them in the mornings, and I do them all through my afternoon, my lunch break and things. And if I'm busy racing, then I have to get up a lot earlier than normal and ride them out at about 5 o'clock in the dark. But I know it's been great, and it's been well rewarded with the winners and the success and the great season we've all had. Final thought, James. I remember you riding a winner at Ludlow probably 3, 4, 5 years ago, and people said, James King, he's a great rider, but he's too tall, he's too big, he won't be riding for very long. And here you are, a number of years later, still galloping on. No, obviously I'm quite tall and I'm very lucky in my weight. I'm not actually too heavy. I'm probably the lightest I've been in the last 4 or 5 years, obviously because I've been so busy, and I don't get any respite with doing my own horse in the afternoon. I'm probably only sitting at about sort of 10 stone 3 day in, day out now, so I'm sure the weight will come back on through a well deserved break across the summer, and looking forward to next year already. So what will you do in the summer? Will you be able to? Well, you can't go to Portugal. No, I can't go to Portugal. You probably can't go to half the 7/8 of the world. Yes, no, I wouldn't be one for travelling too far afield. But it'd be just nice to go down the pub on an evening with Jason, celebrate and look back at the great season we've had, and build towards next year. So great. And Kingston back next weekend? Yeah, Kingston back next weekend. Got a couple of rides, so fingers crossed we can finish on a high. And it's thank you very much to everyone, to the hunts and to the landowners and the owners for keeping the horse in training through the tough times we faced recently. Well, it's been lovely seeing you in Devon and Cornwall quite a lot. Yeah. Well done with the national title as well. And your mate Conor Houlihan could easily be the champion novice rider as well. Yeah, he could be. Hopefully he does. He's a very good rider. He works very hard. Because you got a bad ankle the other day, didn't you? So you were able to... I got a knock off one of the fence stalls, and it just knocked an old injury from Coffs. That was an important win for him as well. Yeah, it was, and I think. Hopefully he can do it. I mean, he's a great lad, and if not, he's had a great season regardless. So we've all had a great time, and hopefully we can have a drink at the end of Sunday next week. So fingers crossed. Well, congratulations from all of us. There's even a rumour going round that your dad is smiling. So if that's the case, keep up the good work. I'll wait to see that. Excellent. Well done to James, and have a good summer. That's great to see James King here riding his 31st winner of the season, and he's a great, well, we'll talk more about him later on, but a great credit to hard work and, not necessarily appearing on the scene with family that, well, I suppose Jason Warner does own a lot of horses, but that's not how it all started. He had to climb his way up the ladder. He's with John Joe, I think, Paul Nicholls, Mulholland, was he? Various people. And look at him, riding all these winners, training winners as well, and successful in the men's open on Los Alamos. I cut Simon Knott off in his prime. Sorry about that. But I thought the champion jockey presumptive was worth grabbing hold of while we got a chance. Absolutely. So what we start off here, work down the card. Bankhall. Okay, right, down the card we go. Bankhall's 5-0, 50-1. Then what have we got after that one? Desert Row is 20. Which one? Desert Row. Desert 20. Row 20. Over the page, as they say. Yeah. Jungle Legend 20. Malice Style, been 9, now 8. A couple of Shrewdies have backed that one. 9's into 8. Yeah, no, Moscow Prices opened up 4-5, but there's been a flip-flopping at the top of the market. It's now 6-4 Moscow Prices. Let's see if we can find that one in the paddock. It's number 13, Moscow Prices. Yeah. And then the last few down the list. Purple and Gold is 5. Quinto 10. Stage 1 is 12. And then we go over the page again to find Theatre Evening. 25. And the bottom one, what's his name? What's his name? That's the one they've backed 2-1 into 11-8. So they flip-flopped at the top of the market. So just to sum the whole thing up, what have we got? What's his name at 11-8? Yep. And with the other one, Moscow Price is 6-4. Opened odds on is now 6-4. What's his name? Open 2-1. No, 11-8. They flip-flopped. Flip-flopped. Gosh. God rest your soul, John McCrick. But for a second, I thought you were here with us at Bratton, Dad. And there is Moscow Prices, Lucy Major. That was a good turn of acceleration to win, beating Marla Style. Win a second race of the season as well, over the course and distance on the 29th of May. But the one that's really popular is 21. What's his name? Can we see
21. What's his name? The rider in blue and pink colours. And there we are on the far side of the course. We'll be coming into our picture. Not just it's the fourth one along. There we are. That's what's his name. And he ran here over the course and distance on the 17th of May, holding off Skylander. And previous runs were pretty encouraging as well. Real credit to the Goulds. What's his name? And that's what's his name making his way to the start. We'll pick them up again in a second, but Mark Dennis is describing them for the crowd here at Bratton Down this afternoon.
Ridden by Tanisha Little, blue with the red hoops. Next out is number 19, that's Theatre Evening, ridden by Miss Misha Micklewright, blue with the red braces, red sleeves and a red cap. Following this one down is number 3, Desert Row, ridden by Miss Harriet Tudor, yellow with a white chevron, green sleeves and a white cap. Next out is number 9, Jungle Legend, ridden by Miss Jess Stewart, royal blue with a white star, hoop sleeves and a star on the cap. In behind that one comes number 21, Was His Name, ridden by Miss Megan Bevan, royal blue with the pink stars, pink sleeves, royal blue stars, royal blue cap with the pink stars. Then we see number 15, Purple and Gold, ridden by Miss Emma Watson, maroon and white checks with a half sleeves and a striped cap. Following that one down is number 16, that's Kinto, ridden by Miss Holly Ann Drown, emerald green, the black and white striped sleeves and a black and white striped cap. And the final one to go down is number 13, that's Moscow Prices, ridden by Miss Lucy Major, maroon and yellow diamonds, white sleeves, white cap with the maroon diamonds. So those are the 10 that go to post then for this Ladies Open race. They're due away at 4:20, so we're right on post time now.
So clearly a few moments for the crowd here at Bratton Down to sort themselves out. If you had any doubt about the riders, there they are. With their numbers, and as we've heard, the news from the betting ring is that 13 Moscow Prices opened up as favourite, but there's been sustained support for 21, What's His Name, here this afternoon, being ridden by Meg Bevan. So, what do we think, what do we make then, Donna, of the runners in the Ladies Open?
Well, Cornelius, yes, in my preview I did put Moscow Prices, having won at this track at the last meeting, trained and ridden by Lucy Mager, beat an inch rock that day. She's based fairly locally at Weston-super-Mare. She produced him really at right time, ran strongly up the straight in the run-in, took hold of the race that day. I like Marla Style for young Ella Ortewell.
Finished third in that race, didn't he?
He did, and I think Ella's a lovely little jockey. I think she's ridden some winners before. She's riding this time Marla Style for Alan Waters, 9-year-old mare, and they've got a mare's weight allowance, which could be crucial here. And as you say, What's His Name, previous course winner for the Sarah Gold team, is another that, yes, catches the eye.
So you've mentioned 2 or 3 there. If there was one that the Donna dollar,
I would double.
If there was a dollar for Donna, what would it go on?
I would double up your bet, and I'd put a 5 each way on Marla Style.
Marla Style, excellent, super. Well, I like Marla Style as well. So let's see if we can peer into the distance and see Marla Style. Yellow colours, brown hoop, and white cap. It's a bit difficult to see the colours. Just looking down there, don't we? It's good to see crowds in the middle there, looking enthusiastically across the track. It's a sellout here at Bratton Down this afternoon, so everyone very happy about that. But Marla Styles somewhere in that group at the moment, runs in the colours of the Ers and Mine partnership. Alan Walter trains. Remember Alan Walter riding yesteryear, and Marla Style has run at the first 2 Brattons, run with varying degrees of credit in 3 races actually since the resumption of point-to-pointing at the end of March, particularly that 10-length third behind Moscow Prices at Bratton on the 29th of May. I think this has looked like a winner waiting to happen. Won 2 in a row on this type of ground in 2019, so that's quite encouraging. Ella Ortewell on board Marla Style, number 12. What else to particularly mention in this one? Harriet Tudor is riding Desert Rose, come a long way with this one. Runs in the colours of the friends of the late Tony Cale. Not that much to get excited about, but the well-beaten 7th place in a decent novice riders race at Edgecott on the 18th of April did show a bit of promise, and Desert Row will be racing here this afternoon in colours of yellow with the white chevron, very light. Jungle Legend is another Welsh raider veteran who's been successful or placed in 11 out of 31 races. Ran okay up to a point at the first Bratton Down. Ran okay at Chepstow as well on the 23rd of April. Hasn't won a race for a couple of years, but obviously there haven't been many opportunities. And in April 19 recorded back-to-back successes at Andoversford and Maysmore, as we bring Simon in, who may have an update. Which is favourite? Is it Moscow Prizes or what's his name?
What's his name's definitely favourite at 5-4 best, but there's been some excitement. Theatre Evening, 4:40 down to 12-1. Some bookmakers no prices at all.
And here we go for the Ladies Open.
And 10 runners and riders step away from the start then and heading towards the first of their 19 fences. They come to it now, and it's Theatre Evening just with the advantage. About a half length clear then of Desert Row on the outside. Bankhall is 3. Jungle Legend a length or 2 back in 4. On his inside is Stage 1. And about a gap of about 5 lengths then back to Marla Style. In behind this Purple and Gold, and on the inside Moscow Prices jumped that pretty well. Kinto follows these through, and was his name the back marker in the very early stages under Megan Bevan as they race towards fence number 3, and they take it now. The rest stream out over it. They're all over that safely, and now race up the home straight and into in front of us. There's 2 plain fences to take at the top end of the home straight. So Theatre Evening comes to the next, a length clear, jumped that well enough. Desert Row over in second, Jungle Legend 3, Bankhall's a couple of lengths off of these in 4. Then Stage 1 follows these through as they take on another plain fence at the top of the home straight, and they're all over that safely now, and race left-handed to head out into the country for the first time. So Theatre Evening by a length and a half to Desert Row, another length and a half back then to Jungle Legend. Bankhall's a length down in 4. Stage 1 is next, then Moscow Prices, a good winner here last time, ridden by Lucy Major, and a real good winner back last week. And they continue on down the back straight then and on towards the second of downhill fences, and they're right over it now. They look to have safely negotiated that from where I can see anyway. So Theatre Evening still with the lead then to Desert Row. Jungle Legend 3. Bankhall goes back up there on the outside of these 3 as they tackle the open ditch for the first time then. Front 4 are safely out over it, and the rest come out over it now. And Kinto, the one that's just becoming a little detached from the group, got about 25 lengths to make up on the leaders then as they one circuit complete. They take on another plain fence, and they're over it safely. Was his name was very untidy out over that, and Megan Bevan did well to pick him up from that position. So they race across the side of the course then, and on towards another plain fence. Theatre Evening with Jungle Legend now up into second. Desert Row about 2 lengths off of these 2. And Bankhall follows that one through. Moscow Prices improves into 5th place now. From Stage 1, Purple and Gold's in behind this. Moscow Prices up on the inside, and was his name and Kinto, the 2 back markers. Kinto becoming increasingly detached, and so they've taken what will be the final fence in a circuit's time. They race up, continue to race up the home straight then, and on towards 2 plain fences. And Theatre Evening And Misha Micklewright come to it, kicked into it, jumped it beautifully there for up for asking from Jungle Legend and Bank Hall. Desert Rose next with Moscow Prices moving stealthily up through the field on the inside, and goes up to dispute 4th place now, and also goes into the lead now. Moscow Prices got a real good run round that bend, and so they head out into the country for the final time then in this ladies open race. And first the 2 downhill fences, Moscow Prices by about a half length to Theatre Evening. Marla Styles into 3 now. In 4 we've got Jungle Legend. In behind this Desert Road, then Bank Hall. Purple and Gold is next. Stage 1 and Was His Name on that one's outside. Kinto continues, but a long way adrift. So they continue downhill into the bottom and race up the far side. Moscow Prices leads the charge on to the open ditch for the final time from Marla Style, Desert Row and Jungle Legend. They're 3 and 4. That was the ditch then, and a good jump there by Moscow Prices. Was His Name's also made up a lot of ground now and goes up into second from Marla Style. Desert Row is 4, then Bank Hall. So this is 3 out coming up then for Moscow Prices. Out over a length and a half clear then of Was His Name. Megan Bevan sat very still on this one at the moment, and not being popped any sort of questions at this time. So Marla Style is back in 3, then Desert Row and Bank Hall. So they race on towards 2 out then. 2 out comes out over. Moscow Prices now a length and a half clear of Was His Name. Marla Styles 3, then Bank Hall's are about 3 lengths down. Desert Row's in behind this, Purple and Gold, and Stage 1's next. So they race on then towards the final fence. They come to it now. Moscow Prices wowed over, about a length clear now from Was His Name. Marla Style moved wider out onto the track as they race inside the final 2 furlongs now, and Moscow Prices going to follow up on her win last week, is around about 8 lengths clear. Good race for second for the fast finishing Marla Style, goes into second from Was His Name. Look back then, Desert Road, Bank Hall, Stage 1 and Purple and Gold. In behind this we'll see Theatre Evening. Kinto's run on well from the back, and Jungle Legend will be the final one to finish.
Bit of a move at the death you might not know about, but we'll get to it in a minute. Right, 5050. 20. Over for 20. 7.
So let's have another look at these closing stages. And those of you that have backed 2 horses in particular were jumping up and down. Well, in fact, probably 3 most interestingly backed horses in the race, all bang there going over that one. So Moscow Prices leading from What's His Name, and then Marla Style, which was trying to turn the tables on Moscow Prices, is creeping into the race as well. So coming to the last, and Moscow, oh, that error from that just slight blunder from What's His Name, that's probably finished that one's chance. Marla Style goes a bit too wide and probably isn't staying on well enough anyway. And did you see the way that on board Moscow Prices, Lucy Major was able to look round to her right, and I think went through her mind, oh, I've got this one cooked, and she absolutely had got it cooked. So Moscow Prices for Lucy Major and Kim Tripp. This 11-year-old by Alflora, qualified with the Mendip Farmers, has won his 3rd race of the season. And if you consider what the season has consisted of, that is a highly creditable effort by all concerned. So well done to all concerned. And there's our winner's enclosure here at Bratton Down Point-To-Point racing venue in North Devon. If you've never been, well, clearly the season's over today. One more fixture at the South Oxfordshire at Kingston Blunt next weekend. but Bratton Down will have 3 fixtures, all being well, end of May, beginning of June next year. And I know that the 1,500 people who are here today would testify, and I would as well, that it is a thoroughly enjoyable day out in a wonderful part of the world. There is Moscow prices coming back in. And bear in mind that although we're high up in the hills, Barnstable, places like that, those other good, Ilfracombe not far away, those other resorts on the coast really aren't terribly far away. So great opportunity to come to this part of the world. You can do the beach and you can do the racing. And actually earlier on in the day, you can do both, in that Awesome Tunes was given the final bit of preparation, which went before his success earlier on in the day on the beach. It was a beach in Cornwall. Anyway, and there's the runner-up, what's his name? Coming back, Megan Bevan. Interestingly, the horse that's finished 3rd today, and that was Marla Style, was, in fact, has finished... finished 2nd today, Marla Style. The form's about the same, isn't it? Finished 10 lengths 3rd behind Moscow Prices here on the 29th of May in the Ladies Open. And I haven't heard the distances yet, but that gives the form a solid look to it. Now, I'm not going to give you the caption with the race card for the last race. Oh no, the last race of the Devon and Cornwall season. But these are the numbers in the last race. The Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company restricted. They are numbers 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then 16 and 17. They are the runners for this race, which comes up at 4:55. Those numbers, but we'll have a look at the runners and riders in a bit more detail in a few moments' time. That is the scene here at Bratton Down. You can see this is rural North Devon, but if you were to go only a few miles beyond the back of the picture there, you'd be in Ilfracombe or one of those type of places on the North Devon coast. So, success for Moscow Prices again. Moscow Prices having a great time, and Lucy Major, Anne Major, who's Lucy's mother, is here now. You weren't here the other day, were you?
I was. I was doing the horse.
You were hiding.
No, I was washing the horse off.
But well done.
Thank you.
You know, considering that the season's only really been going since the end of March.
Yeah.
And obviously there were a couple of months earlier on. To have won, I think you've won 3 races, haven't you?
Twice we've won.
Have you?
Oh no, 3 now.
Yeah,
yes, that's
absolutely.
Right. Sorry,
yeah, today counts as well.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's great. Lucy's done you've all done a great job.
Well,
she gave you lots of credit last time. Said you love this horse.
I do actually.
Yeah.
No, he's just an easy, lovely horse to do. We're very, very lucky, and Kim Tripp owns him with us, and she's
been a great supporter, hasn't she?
Oh, fantastic! She's sort of helped Lucy through pony racing as well, and yeah, she's been amazing. She's taught Lucy lots. You know, Lucy wouldn't be able to do it without her, really. So we're very lucky and very grateful to her always.
And this was a competitive race because Marla Style had chased you home the other day.
Yeah.
What's his name had won here the other day. So,
yeah.
You know, and you've seen them off in great style.
Yes, Lucy said she could barely hold him today, so
Really?
we're not quite sure what went on there.
But, right. Well, so he's obviously putting the season ends today then.
Yeah, he's a summer horse anyway.
Right.
He loves the sunshine. He likes the good ground. To be honest, we wouldn't have run him very much before pointing started again because he doesn't like the mud or the rain. Right. So we don't even come out. Yeah, we don't come out before February anyway, as a rule.
And so is this him in the field now, or might he?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't run him under rules or anything like that?
No, we won't. No, we'll put him away. He can have a nice holiday, and then hopefully we'll have another season. You know, fingers crossed if everything's okay.
And you say you love this horse. So what is it about? What do you really like about him?
Oh, he's been amazing for Lucy. He's a very easy horse to do at home. He's just extremely straightforward. I mean, you can ride him out anywhere in any conditions. Thanks, Fred.
Presumably he doesn't like it too wet.
No, but you know, he's just sensible. Yeah. He's easy, and he's just been brilliant for Lucy. I mean, he actually, well, we ran in Hood for the first couple of seasons because he was fairly keen, but now he settles, and yeah, he's great. But she's done it all with him, Lucy has, so it's down to her as well, I guess.
And that must be so satisfying. This is proper point-to-pointing, isn't it? This is a family. This is a family business.
We are just so lucky to have a horse like him because you can look and never find one.
And he's won a lot of races now, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is 10 now for us.
And a lot of those defeats in between have been really good runs.
Yeah, he has. I think he's been second 7 times.
Yeah.
And we had him as a maiden, as a 5-year-old. We didn't run him at 5. In fact, we only ran him once at 6 because he was a bit backward. But turned him back out after he won his maiden, and it's, you know, obviously it pays off the other end of their career, doesn't it? To give them a bit of time.
Final thought. When you see a horse every day, you see the trainer, your daughter, all the time as well, and you come here and you're at Bratton Down in the sunshine, and you're point-to-pointing, and such a quintessential British and Irish thing to do.
It is.
How good does that feel when it comes off?
There's nothing like it. I mean, it is such a buzz. It's fantastic. I won't actually come down for about a week now.
Really?
So, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
will you all celebrate? Will there be a good...
We will, yeah, and we'll have a good end-of-season celebration, I think, as well.
Oh, well done,
you. Yeah,
well
outside, obviously.
Yeah, all within all regulations.
Yes,
but you can do that. That's allowed. That's allowed.
Yeah.
You can't go and do it in Portugal. But apart from that,
we don't want to go to Portugal. We're quite happy at home.
Super. And you're near Weston-super-Mare, aren't you?
We are, yes. Yeah.
Super. Well, I'm sure the weather quite often around Weston-super-Mare is just like Portugal anyway. Who needs Portugal?
Like it to be.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Super. Well, congratulations. That was a great way to end the season. And that horse is a real credit to all of you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for chatting. Lovely win there from Moscow Prices for the major family here today, and we've come to the last race of the season. So this season, what did we do? We started this season at the end of October at Ottery St Mary on the worst day. Then did we have a bit of a break then, and then we went to Wadebridge on the most beautiful day, very cold but lovely sunny day before Christmas, and then we were off again all the way through until Cherrybrook on Easter Saturday. That was a beautiful day. Since then, with the live stream, so you've been able to come with us, we've gone to Fleet twice, we've gone to Upcott twice, we've got to Trebudanon, and we've come here to Bratton Down 3 times as well. And I know they're not listening at the moment because they're talking amongst themselves, but the guys, the people, the men and women who run the Devon and Cornwall area have done they were absolutely determined to get as many fixtures as possible on, to demonstrate that this is a heartland of point-to-point racing in Britain and Ireland, and they've done a great job getting plenty of fixtures on, but they can't wait for the next season, which will start back at Ottery St Mary on, fingers crossed, a better day than last time. And I can't remember if I heard there were 24 or 25 planned fixtures next season, which will take us all the way through, hopefully, to Umberley, the traditional end of the season, which will be next weekend in a year's time. But we have got one race to go. Horses about to emerge into the paddock for that one. So we better give you a list of the runners and riders. Aaron, the caption man, won't forgive me if I don't introduce his caption. And here I am for the last time this season doing exactly that. The last time this season here in Devon and Cornwall. It's the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company restricted race. And we're just hearing of a late non-runner, number 10, Lucky Lucano, that's on the list there. Just hearing that is a non-runner now, a late scratching. So the others that go are these. 3, Charlie Papalima. Sounds like some sort of police drama, doesn't it? Charlie Papalima. Aaron Butterfield riding that one. 4, Daisy Yates, Jake Baymont. I'll tell you what. We'll complete that caption in just a second. But before we do, we've got someone even more important than the caption here, because Lucy Major has come fresh from receiving her trophies and all the adulation. We just heard from your mum.
Yeah.
She's so chuffed by it all. You must all be. This horse has been some horse for you. In fact, she was so chuffed she couldn't remember how many times he'd won this season. 3. That's great.
Yeah, and she's telling me that all the time. So yeah, she must be very happy.
She said that you had told her that you could almost hardly hold him today. He was so enthusiastic.
Yeah, I know, because last week I was here telling you that he goes for a flat spot and he's a little bit laid back, but today, I didn't want to go to the front as soon as I did, but he just tanked me there, and he was travelling well, so...
And he jumped beautifully.
Yeah, he did jump amazingly today, but he does always jump very well. So.
And I love it when you get into the closing stages of a race. They're 3 with a chance for us spectators, and the jockey in front takes quite a lengthy look. Well, it was probably a split second, but it looked lengthy. Look to your right, and you must have been pleased. You must think, oh, I've got these 2 sorted.
Yeah, well, I wanted to check because I didn't want to be in front that long, because sometimes you feel like a bit of a sitting duck in front, just waiting for them to sort of come up beside you. So I wanted to check where they were. I mean, I was still taking a hold out of him as much as I could, because I wanted to make sure he was going to come all the way to the line. And I was happy to see. I mean, I was still a little bit like they are still here.
But you were pleased with what you had underneath you, I guess.
I was very pleased with what I had underneath me, and I didn't expect him to take off quite like he did when I did ask him. I got past the line, and he was quite hard to pull up afterwards.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's always good from a form point of view when a horse that you've beaten before finishes behind you, not too far, but it gives the form a sort of solid look to it.
Yeah,
the horse that was third was now second.
Yeah, no, it's good. I thought, the race itself was probably a little trickier than last week, but...
Well, it's competitive, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and I thought, he had his chances, but I wasn't... I didn't think it would be an easy job, but he did. He took off with me today, and I've never ridden him when he's felt quite like that, to be honest, so...
Well, I was saying to your mum, you must almost wish the season had another month to go, because you could bring him out again.
Yeah, I know, it would be good, but it's great to end on that.
Absolutely.
It's great, because last week I thought I didn't want to sort of try too hard to run again, in case it was too firm for him, because he won last week. I thought it'd be nice to end on that, but... No, Kim...
End on a double win, even better.
Yeah, I know, and Kim was like, no, it would be fine to bring him, and, listen to her, and she was definitely right. He felt so good today.
And that's contrast, didn't you? Did you ever ride earlier on who the horse wasn't quite so enthusiastic?
yeah.
Refused to race.
Yeah, he didn't run.
We saw you giving a bit of everything to encourage him.
He's very difficult.
Remind me of the name.
Prince of Poets.
Cool, Prince of Poets by Byron.
Yeah. To be honest, he won't run again now. That would be him. He just doesn't want to do it. So. Yeah.
Well, sometimes you have a really enthusiastic horse, like Moscow Prices. Sometimes another one says, actually, Lucy.
Not today.
Not today, probably not at all.
Yeah, not ever. So,
Super, well done. Great to finish on such a high, and to have got 3 wins out of him is a great achievement by all of you, so well done.
We were a bit worried because, when the pointing restarted, obviously all the racing everyone was going for it. It was all quite hot, and we were like, we just need a real good sort of true point-to-point to run him in, which he is. So, we got lucky, but it's good.
Well done. Cottlestone, Bratton Down and Bratton Down.
Yeah.
Well, look, well done, and I'm sure there'll be a good celebration now.
Yeah, there will be.
To celebrate everything. Moscow Prices, you have to drink vodka.
Yeah, we try.
Excellent. Super. Well done to Lucy there. Let's continue to go through the runners. I'll just rattle them off for you. So I just wanted to hear from Lucy there. But let's have another look at the runners and riders for this race. That's Charlie Papalima. So there we are. 3 Charlie Papalima, Aaron Butterfield. 4 Daisy Yates. Another man for Jake Bayman this afternoon. He's having a busy afternoon. 7 Fan Club Ohms, James King. 8 Finley's Eyes. Connor Houlihan rides that one. 9 Jimmy Snipe. P1 last time. What will happen today? Jimmy Snipe for Rob Hawker. A Fairlands Lad, Charlie Sprake. Taken by Force, Fly McIntyre, number 12. The Dartmoor Rose and Darren Andrews. And then Kiana James Thomas on Tinnahinch. And number 17, Wild Ginger, with Luke Scott riding. And if you're wondering where 10 Lucky Lucano was, that was a late non-runner in that race. As we bring Simon in, as we look... What's favourite? What's the number of the favourite?
Number 7.
Number 7. So we're looking for number 7 in the paddock, Fan Club Ohms, as Simon runs down the
6 to 4 favourite. Going down the card, we've got Charlie Papalima 12, Daisy Yates 20, Fan Club Ohms 6 to 4 favourite, Finley's Eyes 5 to 1, Jimmy Snipe 5 to 1. O'Fairland's Lad 11 to 4 second favourite, Taken by Force 12 to 1. The Dartmoor Rose 5-1, Tinnahinch 20-1, and Wild Ginger 25-1. I expect those prices to fluctuate a fair bit.
Right. Well, we'll look forward to hearing a little bit more from Simon in just a second, who's been doing brilliant work, just keeping us all informed. So we are looking for number 7, Fan Club Ohms. And there he is, a 6-year-old, trained by Fran Nimmo, so has travelled all the way down the country here from Warwickshire, qualified with the Bicester, owned by the Picnic Partnership. And good start to the season, this one, when runner-up at Revesby Park, when the stable wasn't quite in its stride after the lockdown. And that good impression was backed up with a comfortable success in a 6-year-old and higher maiden race, over 2.5 miles at Mollington. But, yeah, he got then a bit disappointing last time, but clearly has been mainly in pretty good form this year. Number 7, Fan Club Ohms. James King looking for his 32nd winner of the season. And for fans of Charlie Post's legs, the trainer's husband is just about to emerge from the horse flesh. Oh, well, we'll see him again in a second. But he has certainly demonstrated that's one of his many strong points. So Fan Club Ohms is our favourite. There are those legs again. And that's our favourite here this afternoon. What else are we looking out for? Let's see if we can find number 9, Jimmy Snipe. I love these snipes. He's a 7-year-old by Kirkwall. Where is he? His rider will be wearing the green and pink colours. Oh, there he is, Jimmy Snipe, just coming past our position now. There's a good look there at number 16, Tinnahinch. 13 there is the Dartmoor Rose, just going through the picture. We're gonna find Jimmy Snipe in just a second for you. Going through the picture as well was number 12, Taken by Force.
No, I think you're right. It's made us all think.
Where are we? Where are you? It's Charlie Papalima going through there as well. Well, those are the colours that are going to be on board. There he is, Jimmy Snipe. Now, Jimmy Snipe came here to the course and distance maiden race. A couple of, not at the last one, the Bratton down before that. Came good after 3 runs with not a great deal of promise when narrow 33-1 winner of a course and distance maiden, beating Businessman. So solid form indeed. I suppose that horse has been beaten a couple of times since, hasn't it, Businessman? So that's worth bearing in mind. But a real feeling in the camp there. This one of the many snipes owned by Nessie Tyler. And the mother, Sea Snipe, won 17 races. Real feeling that Jimmy Snipe, the penny had just dropped for that one, and anticipating, hoping for more good stuff this time. So that was Jimmy Snipe we had a look at. Let's see if we can find Finley's Eyes. Number 8, Finley's Eyes. Rider in the red, the light blue diamonds that we saw successful on Los Alamos. There we are. Connor Houlihan is the rider on board Finley's Eyes. And this horse, Finley's Eyes, absent since being pulled up at Trevidanan at the end of April. Previously given a very good ride to win over 2.5 miles at Shellfield Park at the Crewman, West Warwickshire. First run was okay as well. Ex-Dan Skelton was 2nd, 3rd and 4th for Dan Skelton. And I imagine he's probably learning all the while. So looking forward to seeing Finley's Eyes in action here. That's Finley's Eyes. Great name for a horse. Well, I know it's a great name. It's a catchy name for a horse. Call it a catchy name. And looking really well today as well is Finley's Eyes. Luke Price, the trainer, and in the Jason Warner colours. South Wales qualified. So let's see if Simon can come back in again with a bit more. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll let Mark Dennis describe him to the start. We'll get the betting update after this.
runners now on their way down to start. The first one we see out is number 12, Taken by Force, ridden by Mr. Martin McIntyre, light blue with the cherry yoke. Following these out is number 8, Finley's Eyes, ridden by Mr. Connor Houlihan, red with the light blue diamonds, half sleeves and a red cap. Then comes number 16, Tinner Hinch, ridden by Miss Kiana James Thomas, emerald green with the yellow sleeves and a beige cap. Next out is number 7, Fan Club Orms, ridden by Mr. James King, royal blue with the white seams, red sleeves, white seams and a white cap. Following this one down is Wild Ginger, number 17, ridden by Mr. Luke Scott, blue with the yellow disc, striped sleeves and a yellow cap. Following this one down is Daisy Yates, number 4, ridden by Mr. Jake Baymont, yellow with the black sleeves, yellow epaulets, black cap with the yellow spots. And then we see the Dartmoor Rose, number 13, ridden by Mr. Darren Andrews, light blue, the mauve and light blue check sleeves and cap. Following this one down is O'Phelan's Lad, number 11, ridden by Mr. Charlie Sprake, and that's red with the black cap. Next out is Jimmy Snipe, number 9, ridden by Mr. Rob Hawker, emerald green with the pink star. And the final one to go down is Charlie Lima Papa, number 3, ridden by Aaron Butterfield, cerise with the light blue stars and a cerise cap. So 10 go to post them for this final race of the season. The restricted, they're due away at 4:55 and we are right on post time now.
Well, it'll be a few moments before the race gets underway. Let's rattle through the top of the betting, I think, Simon, if you've got it for this race.
Yeah, well, Fan Club Ohms is a steady 6-4 best price. Some bookmakers a lot shorter than that. The features, Finland's Lad, friendless, 11-4 out to 9-2.
Which one was that?
O'Phelan's Lad. It
yeah.
was 11-4 second favourite, now 9-2. Finley's Eyes has been back 5-1 into 4-1, as has Jimmy Snipe 5-1 into 7-2. Money for an outsider, Daisy Yates 20 into 14. So it's quite a lively betting heat for the last race of the season for us.
Excellent, super. No, I've just got a feeling I like the look of Finley's Eyes. Anyway, Finley's Eyes is the one in the Jason Warner colours down there at the start. There's confirmation of our runners in this race. Which one was he was mentioning, wasn't he? Daisy Yates. This horse, Daisy Yates, the jockey here, which is Jake Baymont riding, part of his busy day, Jake's. Yellow and black colours as you look at them down there at the starting point. She's only run once, and she got knocked over. She was luckless, knocked over in the drama on the bend over course and distance in the race won by Jimmy Snipe, and was quite prominent in the betting that day, which just seemed potentially quite interesting. Always interesting in these maiden races. Obviously this isn't a maiden, it's a restrictor, but in some of these races you see a horse that's turning up with nothing bar any reputation it's gained at home, and suddenly that one was a little bit shorter over the course and distance the other day than one might have anticipated. Jimmy Snipe, good to see Jimmy back, and Jimmy Snipe with the rider in the green and the pink colours, Rob Hawker on board, and it's just fascinating to see, having shown nothing in 3 races and then won. Was that a fluke, or will the horse actually build on that run the other day, Jimmy Snipe? Looking forward to seeing that one in action here today. What else to mention? O'Phelan's Lad is very easy to back, apparently, having been supported early on. Best run was over 2.5 miles when runner-up to famous Clement. Decent form in a restricted at Cothelstone. Ran over 3 miles last time at Fleet and didn't look to quite get home. Has won over 3 miles at Larkhill. If you fancy O'Phelan's Lad, fingers crossed through the closing stages, I think. Taken by Force, Martin McIntyre on Taken by Force, the blue and cherry colours, sort of reddish colours, Taken by Force, running for the Moranmore Racing Club. A couple of PUs as though better for races both times this season, but worth noting perhaps that he took about 3 runs before winning his maiden on fastest ground at Cottlestone 2 years ago, and won it very easily, won by a long time. Though clearly time is running out. If things don't work out today, ground potentially key with that one. 13, the Dartmoor Rose. Darren Andrews in the light blue and the mauve and light blue check sleeves and cap. The colours of Charlotte Rowe, won at Trebudanon. Only won 1 race, but 6 times place. And that win in a mare's maiden at Trebudanon over 2.5 miles was pretty much deserved. And 5th place last time was a little bit luckless probably as well. Tinnahinch and Wild Ginger make up the field. So the starter appears to be pretty much ready to go. The Devon and Cornwall area point-to-point season. And I don't know if you can't see this on your TV pictures. Over on the far side of the track, it is raining heavily, I tell you, only a few miles away. Hopefully we can get this all done before that arrives here. Off and running for the last.
This is restricted. 10 runners and riders, and they're on the way to the first of their 19 fences, and O'Phelan's lad with the advantage. Jimmy Snipe also jumped up there. Just in behind them comes Wild Ginger, and on the inside the Dartmoor Rose. Just preceding that one is Fan Club Olms. Disputes third now as they prepare then to cross fence number 2. And they sail over that okay. Finley's Eyes is the early back marker as they begin their turn left-handed to come into the home straight and racing on towards fence number 3. So O'Phelan's lad on the inside with the red colours and the black cap. On the outside, Jimmy Snipe. They're 1 and 2. Just on the inside, Fan Club Olms disputes the 3rd place with Wild Ginger on his outside. Charlie Papa Lima is a little bit wider out with the cerise colours as they prepare now to leave the ground for the 4th time. O'Phelan's lad comes to it, jumps that well enough. They all stream over it okay and make their way on then to another plain fence at the top end of the course underneath ever blackening skies. So they've all taken that okay, and now sweep left-handed to head out into the country for the first time. So O'Phelan's lad with the advantage. Jimmy Snipe in second. Fan Club Olms is next, being joined on his outside by Wild Ginger and Charlie Papa Lima as they meet the first of the downhills. And they're all over that safely. Taken by Force is in behind them. And about a 3 or 4 length gap then back to Finley's Eyes, and Daisy Yates is just the back marker on his outside as they cross another downhill then. O'Phelan's lad cleared it okay and races on then to the bottom end of the course. He's about a length clear then of Jimmy Snipe. Fan Club's Orms is also up there now. On the inside of Wild Ginger, the Dartmoor Rose follows these through on the inside of Charlie Papa Lima, taken by Force and Tinnahinch. Then Finley's Eyes continues, and Daisy Yates and Jake Baymont continue to whip them in at the back as they've passed their point of departure then, and race on then to another plain fence, 1 circuit complete, and all of the leaders are safely out over it. Phelan's lad continues by about a length then to Jimmy Snipe, and his inside Wild Ginger, Fan Club Orms and the Dartmoor Rose. They're a real scrum up front at the moment. There's about 6 or 7 there within about 3 lengths of each other. The Dartmoor Rose just left his hind legs through that, and now they sweep left-handed and come into the home straight once more, racing down to what will be the final fence. So O'Phelan's lad just on the inside in the red colours of Jimmy Snipe. Fan Club Orms on the inside, the odds-on favourite under James King. And the Dartmoor Rose then disputes third. Charlie Papa Lima a little bit wider out. Following these through is Wild Ginger. Then taken by Force is next. Tinnahinch is in behind this. Then Finley's Eyes, and Daisy Yates is the one that's just becoming a little detached as they continue on to the top end of the course then. And onto another plain fence. And O'Phelan's lad took a real chance with that. Didn't get a tall high, but got away from it okay. And now make their way out into the country then for the final time in this restricted and this year, in fact. So O'Phelan's Lad from the Dartmoor Rose in second now. Fan Club Orms is 3. There's 2 lengths then back to Taken by Force, who's trying to improve on the inside of Timmer Hinch. Charlie Papalima's now come under the pump, as has Jimmy Snipe. Finley's Eyes is in behind this, and they continue on down then as Daisy Yates has been pulled up, and they've taken the second of the downhills, and they're into the dip then. O'Phelan's Lad and the Dartmoor Rose. Fan Club Orms is there in third, and Tinner Hinch is next, with Finley's Eyes, who's made up a decent amount of ground in a fairly short space of time. Finley's Eyes, and is up to in fourth now as they pass the 3 mile start once again. It's the Dartmoor Rose now with the fractional advantage as they take on 3 out. O'Phelan's Lad though out-jumped him and goes a length clear of the Dartmoor Rose. Fan Club Orms back in 3. A length then back to Tinner Hinch, another length to Finley's Eyes, and look back Taken by Force looks to be struggling at the moment, so they race on then to the second last. This is 2 out coming up then. O'Phelan's Lad jumped that well, joined now by Fan Club Orms, who travels pretty sweetly at the moment for James King. The Dartmoor Rose has dropped back to third, and Finley's Eyes is 4 with Tinner Hinch. These are the 5 that have got it within them as they race to the last then. Out over safely, Fan Club Orms now. Serts goes a length and a half clear from O'Phelan's Lad. The Dartmoor Rose trying to find something on the inside, so they race up then inside the final furlong, and Fan Club Orms with the advantage. Still 2 lengths in hand over O'Phelan's Lad. Then the Dartmoor Rose. Tinner Hinch is in behind this, but Fan Club Orms going to take the final race this afternoon. They're restricted in fine style in the end, and is clear.
Anyone with mobile phones in their pocket, please check. We have a mobile phone handed in. Believe lost it in the gent, so we're effective now. Believe lost in the gent, a mobile phone. Please come to us if you're a phoneless. Don't forget the West Country videos. They've been here all day. Go along and get a video from them.
It's like the creeping death on its way. Look at it. Over there, look. Right. Get these. Then the car got 20.
So let's have a look at the replay. And we talked about confidence earlier on with James King. And here's more confidence on this winner, Fan Club Orms. And really asserted into the closing stages. The Dartmoor Rose is trying to get on terms. O'Phelan's Lad as well, but it was not to be, because Point-To-Pointing's male champion jockey of the 2020-21 season has won another one and has added to his score this afternoon. So he goes into the last weekend of the season with 2 more successes here and an even more emphatic lead over his rivals. 32 successes, and there he is, the blue colours, the white seams, the red sleeves. Fran Nimmo bringing the horse back in. Charlie Nimmo, they're the husband and wife training team who've done so much to support James King this season. And I think we're really chuffed. We're disappointed in Devon and Cornwall that the end of the season isn't going to be at Umberley this time. It'll be at Kingston Blunt next week. However, but we're really delighted to have hosted the champion jockey presumptive, and he's ridden 2 more winners here today, James King, and obviously there's been lots of praise for his performance this season, quite rightly so, and he will be crowned officially as the national point-to-point champion next weekend, well clear of Jack Andrews, well clear as well of Bradley Gibbs and and Will Biddick, whose season ended a little bit earlier than everyone else's. Conor Houlihan leading the champion novice rider as well, so pleased to host him here this afternoon as well, and pleased to host our area champions. So Darren Edwards, champion male rider, Chloe Emsley with the champion female rider and the champion female novice rider, and Conor Houlihan, the champion novice male rider. And presentations here will be made shortly. I don't know if we're able to swing our camera to look over at the racecourse proper, because this is quite a sight of here at Bratton Down. It's like some of those racecourses that are high up in the hills. That is the weather on its way, and that's very cloudy. Funnily enough, what we can see is a lot gloomier than that. Can we just get rid of the caption for a second? Just looking at the, yeah, that is the weather coming in. It's like being at Hexham when you can see the weather coming in. You know for a few minutes that it's on the way. Oh, look at it. I think it's quite damp in other parts of Devon, but actually here on the racecourse, it's not too bad, but there's a real feeling that the weather is on its way. The storm at the end of the 2020-21 point-to-point racing season. I think there are a few people in the crowd here. We're going to look at the result of that in full now. A few people in the crowd here who are thinking, oh, look at it, it's on its way. We might just make a quick beeline for our cars. Let's see if we can confirm the result. No, we can't for a second. We will confirm that result in a few moments' time. But there's James King, pat on the back from one of his many supporters this season. Plenty of water going to his Mount Fan Club homes. And congratulations to the Picnic Partnership, who have had a winner there with that horse. Not their first winner of the season. Somebody's putting an umbrella up here. I have to say it's not raining yet, but there's every indication it may be in a few moments' time. Well, we were talking, weren't we, about the area champions, riding-wise, and Darren Edwards is winning it for a fourth time this year. Won it in 2015 when David Noonan was the area's champion novice rider. He's here as a spectator this afternoon. Then Darren won it in 2017 when Bryony Frost, no less. Let's listen to this roll of honour from the Devon and Cornwall area. Bryony Frost was the champion lady rider. Rex Dingle was the champion male novice rider in 2017 when Darren Edwards was champion for the second time. And then he was champion again in 2019 when Millie Wonnacott won the female title. Liam Harrison, who's doing really well under rules, he was the champion novice, as it does just begin to rain very slightly, and Millie was also the champion novice female. So congratulations to Darren Edwards on another very fine season. I did think when he was chatting earlier on, I thought for a second, my goodness, he's about to retire, but he's not about to retire, not quite yet anyway. He says he rather enjoys his first year of riding was 2001, the foot and mouth year, and he quite enjoys trying to keep some of these younger people in their place. Well, he rode yet another winner earlier on in the day. But talk about yet another winner in terms of the season came for James King in the restricted race at the end of the day, supported by the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company. The Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company restricted for the Dennis Smythe Memorial Cup was won by number 7 Fan Club Ohms, and James King at 2-1 favourite. No, I'm not sure it was favourite. Was it favourite in the end, Simon? Was it 2-1 favourite? So first number 7 Fan Club Ohms at 2-1. Second number 11 O'Phalin's Lad at 11-2. Third number 13 the Dartmoor Rose at odds of 6-1. The distances were 7 lengths and 11 lengths, and that brings you right up to date with everything that is going on here, as gradually the far side of the racecourse and the countryside beyond the far side of the racecourse become obscured as the storm comes in. Presentation, end of season presentation still about to take place here at Bratton Down. And I think we can have a look at the results from earlier on in the day. So we just remind ourselves of some of the stories earlier on in the day. Oh, we put 2 on 1 page. We are getting technical in the modern era. Race 1, the COVID Hunts members, subscribers and farmers race, won by number 3, Dr. Rhythm, jumped well today and won that at even money. The feeling was if he jumped round, he'd win, and he did, beating Broughton's Rhythm and Oscar Lantern, the winning distance 4 lengths. And Benny's Miracle and Rob Hawker, successful at 7 to 1 in the maiden race, beating Mad for Action and Top Cliche. I have a feeling Top Cliche will win races next season. So those were our first 2 results. Race 3, the Intermediate, Awesome Tunes. That was another one for Darren Edwards at odds of 9 to 2, beating the odds-on favourite Largy Mountain, turning the tables on Largy Mountain compared to their meeting the other day. The Men's Open, Los Alamos. What a fabulous horse he's been for Luke Price, for Jason Warner and for James King. Los Alamos winning that at evens, beating River Myth again with Eric III in 3rd position. And I have to say, as I said earlier on, those 3 horses are an absolute credit to all involved with them. That was a terrific Men's Open race here at the Tiverton Staghounds fixture this afternoon. And then we had the last 2 results. Moscow Prices, Lucy Major winning her Moscow Prices winning his 3rd race of the season, confirming form with Marla Style, with what's his name in 3rd. Well done to the Major family. That was a tremendous result for them. And then another one for James King in the restricted race at 2 to 1 at the end of the afternoon. I think that despite the weather, we're going to see the presentations made for the Devon and Cornwall area as the storm has perhaps slowed up a little bit in its progress towards us. And they're doing a presentation to those involved with the last race. While we've just got a second, these live streams have been broadcast from Devon and Cornwall over the last few months. I hope you've enjoyed them. There has been a small fee of late. That's not to line anyone's pockets. It's just, to be honest, it's to just cover a few of the costs. But we're very grateful to those of you who followed these various fixtures on the live stream, and we're very grateful to those around the country who heard about the idea from Devon and Cornwall and have copied us in great style over the last few months. I think you have live streams. I've seen them from Alnwick. I've seen them from all across the Midlands, been involved with 1 or 2 of them. And no doubt next season, if there are more live streams, Scotland and Wales will join in as well, East Anglia too, the southeast of England. So thank you for following everything. As you can imagine, there's a lot of organisation has gone into all of these. I'm just going to mention a few people. I'm going to mention Frank Yeo, Gordon Summers, Steve Wensley, very much involved with the Devon and Cornwall area, and all their committee members who've done unbelievable work. Simon Knott, Donna Harris, Lizzie Kelly, who've been pundits here. Technical team, there are lots of people involved. Aaron, Ian, Isaac, Stuart, and from Falmouth University, Rachel, Matt, Tolly, Andrew, Josh, Esme, Molly, Jeff the cameraman, Granville Taylor, who's just got unbelievable knowledge of racing in Devon and Cornwall, great man for archives. Rita Hurd, who's run around as the floor manager with Mike Drown as well. Thanks to all of them for their support. Thanks to Toby Johnston, who's been able to send his drone up to do a bit of filming up in the air, 14-year-old Toby, who's been a big part of everything as well. Now, I don't quite know what's happening next, apart from the fact I think that we're going to show the presentations as a tiny bit more rain falls on us here. But we will perhaps just see what's going on as the rain comes down and we celebrate the end of this season. Right, the Challenge Cup for the last race is just being handed out. But I hope you got the message in terms of all those people who are involved in the presentation and production of the live stream from Devon and Cornwall. We've been really pleased to bring it to you, but you gather plenty of people have been involved in that particular enterprise over the last few months, and they're looking forward to starting again in October. We will shortly be celebrating the trophies being handed down to people like Darren Edwards and Chloe Emsley. this rain has come in quite quickly, as the announcer says, and various families running for cover now as well before they get too soaked. But this wouldn't really be a British point if you didn't have every sort of weather in one day. So we started off quite spring-like, then we got almost summer-like in the middle of the day, and at the end of the afternoon, well, we could be back at Ottery St Mary last October, to be perfectly honest. It's absolutely pouring down. And the funny thing is, as we look to our north and west, we can see blue skies. So those people on the beaches at Ilfracombe and Barnstable and Bideford and elsewhere, they don't quite know what's coming in the next few minutes because it's absolutely pelting down. But some presentations will be made shortly to the champions of this particular season here in Devon and Cornwall.
Sorry? Yeah, down now. Well, what you do down at one?
Sorry, can I just move back in the corner there? Well, ladies and gentlemen, while it's raining and we're waiting for the area presentations, this is the area chairman speaking. On behalf of Devon and Cornwall, just like to say I'll try and entertain you for 3 or 4 minutes. We've just held probably the most difficult and the most memorable point-to-point season. And on our final day of the season at Bratton Down, I'd just like to say a few thank yous before we do the area awards. Over the last season of COVID, we've held 11 out of our normal 25 fixtures, and there are a few organisations who I'd like to mention, and a few thank yous to people who have made the season happen and be such a successful one. There's been a huge effort by many, many volunteers and people who have contributed throughout the season to keep our sport on the road. First of all, I'd like to thank the sponsors who have dug deep to make the season happen. Thanks to George Welsh and the Totnes and Bridgetown Races Company, who have stood solidly behind Point-To-Point Racing and sponsored races at all of the fixtures this season and sponsored part of the live streaming equipment for the area. Thanks to all of the local and the national companies and individuals who sponsored races as well. There are many, many people who have gone the extra mile this season to support our fixtures. To the landowners and course building and course preparation teams who have made some heroic efforts to run the 11 fixtures. We've been through 2 lockdowns. I can tell you that the hoops the organisers had to jump through have been monumental. And through spells of either long spells of wet and then dry weather, and thankfully wet weather again, we put on great tracks. Here at Bratton, a special thanks to Tony Hill, Hugh Thomas, and the great team of secretaries Hannah, Barbara and Jenny. We have to give a special thanks to 7 meetings who put on fixtures behind closed doors. To the levy board who stepped up with more funds, but the organising teams at Ottery and Wadebridge at the beginning of the season, and the teams at Cherrybrook, Fleet, Trebudanon and Upcut who pulled out all the stops to put on fixtures and were rewarded with great entries averaging over 100 horses and an average up to today of 64 runners per meeting. It's produced some outstanding racing, finishing here at Bratton with great ground, thanks to Hugh Thomas and his team. Thanks to the doctors who have really helped everything to happen within the COVID regulations. And a special mention to Sonia and Adrian Gearing, who on behalf of the area have dealt with the COVID equipment and signs and voluntarily worked with the COVID teams at every fixture. 1 or 2 individuals need a special mention. Mark Dennis for his great commentaries. He's been special this season. Stafford Sampson, who is the evergreen announcer for most of our fixtures. And great that he's here today and helping at Bratton. And to the bookies, Dave Phillips and Bob Pittard, who are brave enough to stand in meetings behind closed doors and take bets over the phone. Great work, David. Thank you. I just got one more thank you to do, and that would be to the live streaming team who have been fantastic. It takes 14 people to put on the show, and the technical team has put together a great production. We have connected with over 1,000 followers over the season, with many repeat viewers, especially older racing fans who've been shielding, and many connections from runners near and far away. I have to mention Stephen Wensley, who has masterminded the technical operation with great support from Ian and Aaron at Pierce's, Jeff Guyett, and a great team from Falmouth College who put on some high-quality filming. Plus our fantastic presentation team, led by the voice of racing, Cornelius Lysett, plus his team of Simon Knott, Lizzie Kelly, and Donna Harris, plus great work from Mike Drown and the indomitable Rita Hurd, who has persuaded many winning jockeys and trainers to step up to be interviewed by Cornelius. Many, many thanks for a really professional work from the entire team. Finally, I'm pleased to announce that next season, if COVID allows, we will be running 25 fixtures starting on the 30th of October at Ottery. So we hope to see you all there in 4 months and 3 weeks' time. Jockeys, the area jockeys to come or no?
You know.
You got the listing. They know who they are. They know who they are, don't they?
We got this Warner and Mr. Warner and.
Can Mr. Warner and Miss Kay Tripp come to the Secretary's area, please? And the area jockeys, now the rain is eased off, we'll do the presentation for the area jockeys if you make your way to the Secretary's area.
And a big thank you also to my neighbour here, Ron Delve. I've done the scales for many, many years. He tells me this is his last year. Well done, Ron. You've done a wonderful job. If you could alter your mind for next year, we'd love to see you. If the job is still around, please. Darren Edwards, Chloe Elmsley, and I'm not sure that Charlotte Summersby's here. A nice presentation for Ron Delve. Please give a big hand. There he is by the car. All those years service. Thank you, Ron, very, very much. I'll apologise on your behalf for any mistakes you may have made, but I'm sure there are not very many. I'm only joking, of course. Thank you, Ron. Let's see a young, fit Ron Delve for next season. So big hand, and let's do Darren Edwards first. I think he might be the only one here. Darren Edwards, leading jockey. I've got 61 points, but he gained a few more today. Big hand then, leading gentleman rider in the Devon Cornwall area. Not a novice. And we thank Frank for doing the presentation. We'd like Chloe Elmsley for being the leading lady rider if she's here. And also Charlotte Summersby and Connor Houlihan. Give a big hand. Good job, this nasty rain's gone. Pardon?
Can I just, on my own behalf, can I just say thank you very much to all the sort of the stakeholders and the people that are involved in running the point-to-points in Devon and Cornwall. As someone that rides in different parts of the country. I'm probably biased anyway, but I think Devon and Cornwall's as well organised areas as any I go to, and that's testament to everyone that's involved, from Frank to Gordon and Claire Hitch and everyone who organises it. It all starts, as Frank said, they've already sort of planned the meetings for next year. You know, it's an all year round thought process. To all the landowners, to all the, you know, the trainers and the other riders, to everyone who contributes time. Huge thanks to Ron Delph, who's last year on the scales, absolute legend of a clerk of the scales. He's looked after me very well over the years. Never made any mistakes, Stafford. Yeah, thanks to everyone. It's great to finish up here at Bratton Down. You know, it's a real favourite course of mine. I haven't had a huge amount of luck this year until today, but yeah, love riding up here. Yeah, what more can I say? It's a fantastic effort for everyone because it's been an absolutely really trying year. Whether, like I say, whether you've been, you know, training horses, riding horses, involved trying to organise meetings. And again, huge thanks to Stephen and the live streaming team and the guys from Falmouth University. They've done fantastically well, and I know there's people watching at home today, including my granny, who, you know, she actually said for someone that's into their sort of 80s that they can actually sit at home, you know, watch the racing on the computer, and you know, they actually see more perhaps than they do. They'd love to be here, obviously, but as Frank said, catering for the elder generation. A huge thanks to Cornelius Lysett, who I know has driven down he's graced most of the West Country tracks, and we have a bit of banter when he interviews me, but he's done fantastically well and a great advocate for point-to-pointing, and it's great to have him on board and in our corner to help promote the sport in the West Country. There's lots of challenges in point-to-pointing, but you know, if we all stick together and you know, keep working hard, then it's great to keep this sport going. And well done to Chloe and to Connor, two up-and-coming riders who are going to hopefully be leading lights for the area in the future when the older people like me disappear. But well done to you guys, and thanks very much.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to top what Darren says because he just summed everything up, really. But, yeah, thank you to everyone for doing such a good job. It's been great to get on what we've been able to get on. And it's been great, just brilliant. And thank you to everyone for doing what they've been doing. And, yeah, hopefully we come back and have more meetings and have more winners and more rides, and everyone can do what we keep doing and still enjoy it. So, yeah, go on, Connor.
First of all, I'd like to thank whoever provided the champagne. Because that's my highlight of the season. But I know, seriously, for me, I'd like to thank the owners and trainers who've gone through lockdown, keeping horses fit, and we get to have the fun every weekend, and especially the stable staff too, because they put the hard work in, day out. The Point-To-Point committee's run it because it was so professional for an amateur sport the way it was run right from the start of this season. And luckily, through loads of people working together, whether it be stable staff, like everyone I've said, me, myself, Darren, Chloe and all the other riders have been able to have an awful lot of fun, and I think that's what it's all about, is having fun. And well, I've had a lot of fun, so I can't complain. But thanks.
Great, thank you, Connor.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. That's it, I think. Anything else? Very good. Tony. The Hubert Hill Cup.
I think that pretty well closes the show. Thank everyone for coming, and see you all next year.
Action pack.
Countrywide.